Back in action here at Columbus. We are back at our busiest stop for the 39th Regional Tour. That is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, folks. This is where all the action happens. This is where the memories are made, and those brackets are fuller than ever. We had a great time here last year, covering some great matches, but our field this year is absolutely incredible. Seeing plenty of top talents, plenty of tough shots. Of course, on the ladies' side, that's where I have my first focus on. Last year, we saw the duo of Trish Grezik and Kalika Chris, and I thought together they made a dynamic duo. I think that might be your number 1 and 2 in the ladies' field here. I think that team has some serious damage to be done. But of course, we got our pro side here. Last year, we saw Don Stewart kind of come out of retirement, working on his hitch still. Well, you saw in New York, he played phenomenal out there. On top of that, there's still plenty of other tough talents. We got Mike Porterfield and the like. We got plenty of other very good shots. Chris Alexander, some people are talking about coming off a hand injury. Very interested to see how he'll perform. Pre-registration, already full, 128 people signed up for that amateur bracket. So I want to tell you the same as I tell you at every single stop, folks. It's a tough field. You have to win a lot of matches. And if I called a winner right now, I might as well buy a lottery ticket because there's so many people trying to claim that prize. So we're going to see how that goes. But of course, my vote is going to be for Captain Condor. But let's go ahead and get right into the action. You can see the room's already filling up. I already have my security guard over here. Got my camera guy over there. Everyone's trying to get over to a board, get the action ready. I'm not going to wait any longer. Let's hop into the booth.
And so far, it looks like nothing's changed, even with the back-to-backs here from Ohio to Pittsburgh. So honestly, a lot of the same players. As we see here, Brian Bigham, he was a third-place finisher in the pro singles on Friday in Columbus.
Yeah, he had a pretty deep run just last weekend here, so to see if that transfers over is always going to be the big question. We always love it when Bubba's in the room, that's for sure. So looking forward to really seeing who's going to make the difference maker. Last year was the Jules versus Mike Porterfield bout, and let me tell you, that was a late-night bout at that, and I think this year, between the 15-inch board and the Tournament King changes, we should be in for a good, quick ride tonight, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, this is actually my first time commentating one of the regionals, the pros, on the 15-inch board. So it'll be interesting to see the change in dynamics for sure. As we see right there, Bubba taking out a 125 right out of the gate. We didn't get a whole lot of those on the 13-inch board.
No, you typically didn't see too much of that, but that's one of the exciting parts about having this big change over to the 15 inches. Everyone is on an equal playing field. It is going to be high octane one way or another. Now, Richie Grandy just going to try to reset from that last leg and get himself settled in to this one here.
Are you familiar with Richie?
Not familiar. I do know he has a backwards hat, which means you have to be inherently slightly better at darts.
Is that a rule?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, I had no clue.
I don't make the rules.
They both have backwards hats on, so.
Yeah, well, Bubba's a professional. He knows about the buff. That's why he wears it the way he does.
Fair enough.
Looks like we do have a lot of our winners and finalists from last weekend in the chat here. Cody McGraw from our amateur bracket now on the pro list. And then you see Junlon Fernando there, runner-up in the pro singles as well. Welcome in, and welcome in everybody across all of our different platforms here.
It's looking like we got a battle of West Virginia boys, as the chat telling us that Richie also a West Virginia guy.
Oh, there you go. Love to see that. You're going to see a lot of the West Virginia people. You're going to see the Ohio hangover of people that didn't get enough darts last weekend. Of course,
Bulls.
Yeah, it blows my mind. And then you get all the New York visitors as well, and of course, all the Pennsylvania Knights. Is that the word they use? I'm not sure.
I think if you put "ite" on anything, it works.
That's what they tell me.
Yeah, this one, for the longest time, would draw people from like the Carolinas and Virginia. Canadians would come here a lot. Yeah, for whatever reason, this was just a good locale. And like, I know even some Ohioans back in the day, we would have an Ohio BullShooter. Like, oh no, I always go to PA. Okay.
You know what?
You'd rather
Each their
drive
own.
an extra 2 hours. Got it.
If you love the game, I guess you love the game. I couldn't imagine. Then again, I was the one that, like, besides the Florida BullShooter, when I lived, while I lived in Florida, I also would travel to the Pennsylvania BullShooter as well as an out-towner.
Actually, the last time I commentated out here, Mark, Kelly, and Chrissy all came up.
I think I was there the same year that they
Were
were
you?
all here, so I was. Well, I mean, I wasn't winning anything, so
I
that's
didn't see you on the feed, Nick. Sorry.
no one wanted that on the feed. Looking at it here, so far, kind of a little bit of a settled second game between these two. The standard by the end of today is going to be 5s in crickets and 12 to 15 darts in 01, leaning more on the 12 dart side. That's going to be the goal.
Yeah. Kind of slow start here. As we see a 3.5 playing a 4.33. Definitely going to want to improve on those numbers. It is the first round and early in this leg. Winner of this event guaranteed their spot in our ESPN Invitational. So that's the big carrot. While there's a good bit of cash on offer as well, I think for most of these guys, it'll be getting into that ESPN Invitational where the big check is on offer.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that's the goal if you're in the pro bracket and the women's bracket alike. But also on top of that, I think just this regional in particular, it's like this, Houston, and maybe you could change out a third one in there, are like the regionals you really want to win because they're considered the toughest of the regionals, right? I mean, Pennsylvania is inherently going to be tougher when you have this big of a field. I talked about in the opener, when you're in a 128-person bracket, it doesn't matter if you're the best one out of them or not. That doesn't always mean that you're going to be the one that finishes, depending on just the bracket run itself. So there's pride on the line here. Who doesn't want to get that big win? And who doesn't want to hit a trip 20? Apparently not Brian. Austin Braswell saying, what are they doing if someone turns down an invite? Well, maybe next time just win against Kenny Doyle and you wouldn't have to ask that question.
That is a good question that we should probably get clarification on. To be honest, Austin, I don't know that they've really considered it. It'll be interesting to see if we have enough time and preparation to default to, okay, Kenny Doyle per se turned it down. Austin, would you like that invite?
Yeah, that was definitely one of the big things I think everybody was advocating for was, hey, well, let's make sure we don't have buys in this bracket ever again and figure out how we can get this filled up with people that definitely have earned their way there one way or another, or we're just shy of earning their way there.
Yeah,
So.
I think it's inevitable because there will be people that have travel issues. It just always seems to happen, especially with this many now. But, yeah, I think the goal should be to fill the bracket for sure.
Yeah, it makes the run all the more impressive. And what was already a super impressive field at the Invitational shootout this last go, I mean, I'll tell you, every one of those matches that we got on stream between the Kevin Luke 9-darter against Alex Spellman to the starting and ending our main coverage with Mike Porterfield versus Leonard Gates for that last spot, and that was just, every match was incredible out there.
If you hear a ticking sound, we are not about to blow up.
Yeah, it was actually just a very slow forklift. Bubba in firm control of this leg after grabbing these 16s with the 3-number advantage, can attack the Bulls immediately. Sorry about that one, guys. Turns out it was a bomb after all of that beeping noise. No, we just wanted to go ahead and get everything settled in there on the audio aspect.
Brian taking a 2-0 lead here in this match. Looking to break the throw to win it 3-0.
Yeah, that's going to be the goal here. As he so far has been looking very convincing in this one. Gandy definitely looked like he picked up the pace there as that leg continued on, but just never got quite to the points of crossing that threshold there. Winner of this match will go on to play Jason Crow or Steve DeVito in that next round there on the bottom side of that bracket. The bottom doesn't mean bad. I would also like to shout out, I believe we only have one female playing in the pro field today, Tina Russo, who won her first match, 3-1 over Bill.
Nice. Yeah, I had to play Tina and Nikki Hinshaw in the pro doubles on Sunday in Ohio. And, I mean, we won ultimately, but it was not easy. So,
yeah, there's definitely some promising talents right there between both of them. Especially, I was talking with Nikki Hinshaw. We actually have an interview with her, so you guys will probably hear from her after this. But one of those players that gave really good advice about saying, hey, my goal was to get sponsored in 1 year, and I went around to the people I want to get sponsored by, made sure they knew who I was, and then started winning stuff in front of them. I'm like, that's exactly how I would recommend someone to get sponsored.
I love that. So I tell people all the time, I think they try to put the cart before the horse. Like, so many people are like, hey, I want to go to tournaments. How do I get sponsored? It's like, well, you go to tournaments, you win, and then you get sponsored. Mm-hmm. It's not the other way around.
Or if you want to do the Nick DeShera method, people ask to sponsor you just because you talk in front of microphones and you say no to everybody.
Well, I've definitely turned down all of mine because I didn't want to travel as much anymore, so I get that completely.
Although those Nick DeShera barrels would have been great at hitting triple ones.
Fire.
A 1-6-4 does not need to go here. He can choose to take it if he so desires.
If first dart goes in, you go for it. Oh, he's going for it all the way.
Oh.
With Richie back at 291, no real fear here. Plenty of time for Brian.
Yeah, who is looking pretty much primed to go ahead and take this one here. Barring something crazy happening, and that's the first step. I mean, Richie did leave himself a finish, but you expect Brian to take this one here.
Yeah, a little bit of pressure applied to the 68. It should get one dart at a double. Chooses the double 16. Oh, when he misses it. So can Richie save the match here? Steal this leg.
One time on the one time.
291 and 6.
See him smiling. He's feeling a little pepped up about this opportunity. This is to save your chance at the staying on the winner's side of the bracket and what is a pretty hotly contested bracket at that.
So it's not going to go now. Going to look to continue to apply pressure to Brian. Does set up a one dart finish.
Well, in the Luke Littler setup strategy there.
Little slow to get going, Richie, but some pressure applied here. Can Bubba respond? Yeah, he does. First darts the double 8. So a 3-0 victory there for Bubba. Richie Gandy going to have to battle on the loser's side. Do we have another match queued up on 49?
We do have some ladies queued up over there, and you can actually see one of them walking up over there.
Okay.
The Trish Grezik.
Another Canadian. So we do have Canadians here.
We do. Going up against Michaela. They are just getting to the board to start warm-ups here. So, we were talking about Nikki Hinshaw, so let's go ahead and take a moment here. We'll go ahead and hear from our interview that the one, the only, the Gordon Dixon did. We'll be back in just a moment's time. I'm Nick Scher, joined by DJ Sayer for a fun weekend of action coming up here.
All right, Gordon Dixon here with Nikki Hinshaw, one of our female competitors this weekend. Nikki, how did you feel you did overall?
I'm really proud of my darts and as far as I've come within the last couple of years. I've made a lot of goals for myself, and I feel like I'm hitting those goals right now. My next big thing is going to be making a run in the PPD and trying to make that, yeah.
Very nice. So what does that entail? Like what do you, is that a league goal? Is that just getting in enough games or just going to that tournament?
So it's definitely going to be a multitude of things. So I do need to, keep up on my leagues, keep up on my stats, make sure that I am going to TOC and getting in that supercharger money, all of those things. And I want to play with the best of the best and against the best of the best. So that's my goal.
That's awesome. So what did you think of the field here in Ohio?
I absolutely adore everybody here in Ohio. I try to come out to Ohio as much as possible. I have the drive down pat by now.
Very
I know
nice.
exactly how to get here and get home, and that's what matters. So yeah, there's amazing, amazing women out here. Olivia Terry, Little Liv, obviously Lori Simpkins out here. There's amazing players. And then we also get the players that come over from different states and things along those lines. Kat Middleton comes down from Michigan. So it's great. And I played with Tina Russo. She comes down from Pennsylvania. So we actually played the pro doubles this
I was going to ask about that. So you guys decided to play in the pro rather than the women's. How does that calculation come in?
So she already qualified, so she had to play in the pro. So she was looking for a partner, and I'm like, yeah, let's give these boys a run for their money.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
So how did you guys feel like you did? I mean, did you play a steady game in that?
Yeah, so it obviously was double in, double out, and split bowl. So the doubling in was a little bit of our problem. If it had not been double in, I think we would have done a lot better because, again, the double trouble in the beginning. But yeah, we kind of clicked in the second match, but then, it's a hard battle from the second place, so.
For sure. So one more thing, just back to you as a player. You said you've set some goals for yourself. Where did that kind of originate? Like, when did you kind of go from, hey, this is kind of fun one night a week or 2 nights a week to, okay, there's some opportunities with this?
Yeah, so about 4 years ago, I made the goal, like, I'm going to get a sponsor this year. I'm going to start traveling. I'm going to pick somebody that I really want to sponsor me, and I'm going to target them and be around them all the time and make them notice me kind of thing, which is what I did with Filthy Assassins, kind of targeted them. And so I met that goal, and then the next thing was just to kind of dive right in and be like, I'm going to make this a big part of my life. I was shooting darts 7 days a week for the longest time. I tore 2 tendons in my shoulder, so I had to take a little bit of time off and do some rehab and things like that, and now I'm kind of amping it back up. So this year I have 10 events planned already to travel to, big events like Chicago. I'm already set for all my events in Chicago, so I'm just really looking forward to keeping moving.
Awesome. Well, it was a pleasure to meet you. Yeah. Pleasure to call some of your matches this weekend, and look forward to seeing your progression.
All right. Thank you.
Back in action here at Columbus, Ohio.
Well, sorry about that, Nick, the interviewer. We're actually in Pennsylvania. I'm Nick Scher, joined by DJ Sayer here for what should be a great matchup on our women's side of the bracket here. As you already know, the girl that was up at the line, Trish Grezik, going up against Michaela Mack over here. That's going to be Bernecki playing on the board. I'm looking forward to seeing how this one will transpire and getting a look at our ladies' side of the field today.
Is this a second round match?
Yeah, this one is actually going to be technically third round, as Trish didn't even get a first round bye in this bracket here. So she went 2-0 against Alicia, 2-1 against Sarah, and I was here. Michaela, who had a first round bye, then beat Cheyenne 2-0.
So both these players have wins under their belt, so should have got some of the early round jitters out of their system.
Ideally.
Yeah, that's the plan, anyways.
I will say it is different than the stream board of years past, right? Where you had the roped off stanchions and the rubber mat and all this. Instead, right now, these two stream boards are kind of just put right in the middle of a row here. So it's a little bit easier to forget you're on the stream, even if you know, okay, there's a camera right up there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It was the same in Ohio, too. Just kind of two middle boards along a row against one of the walls. And it's funny you say that. I didn't think of that at all, but I think you're exactly right. I know the couple of times I played on it, it didn't feel like I'm on the stream. Which good, right? Maybe, I don't know. I kind of like the prestige of the feature board, if you will. Like the bullpen in Chicago is like iconic. Like everyone knows the bullpen. Oh yeah. And if we could kind of do that at regionals, I think that's a good thing too. But then again, if it helps the players, I don't know.
I mean, I will say we did get some more tasteful hand signs to the cameras unintentionally so last weekend more than ever before, because I don't think people realized what they were doing in that regards. And it was actually funny. We were talking about, Gordon and I were saying that people in Ohio probably had the highest fist bumping ratio that we've seen on the entire tour.
Gosh. You ain't wrong.
It was way higher than Houston.
Maybe we're just a nice people.
You are. Midwest hospitality. Yeah. We've been saying.
I mean, I don't particularly love it, but I'm also not comfortable enough to most people to be like, hey, we're not going to do that, right?
That's fair.
Like, if I know you well enough, yes. But if I don't know you that well, I'm not going to be like, no. I don't want to touch you, sir. Unless I see you not wash your hands in the bathroom.
Then it's for sure no touching hands from there.
Get a lot of those, unfortunately.
Well, if there's one thing to take away from this one is wash your hand, folks, and watch these ladies go, as Trish is looking pretty strong so far, although Mac recovered well after her early 18 grab.
Yeah, taking advantage of having the 18 there. I think first start slip, and she followed it. Closing out those 20s, but Trish falling right back with the triple 18 and the 19. And she fill it up. She does. A white horse.
Beautiful stuff from Grezik there. She is looking prime in this one. We do have our next pro match coming up here just because this one's breezing by really quick. Joe Jones versus Ben Mall. Ben Mall did make the pro list after getting runner-up in the amateur singles. So we're kind of checking in to see, all right, well, now that you have the pro status, what you going to do with it?
Yeah, making a run at multiple events. I know, was it last year or the year before that Jason Hardwick kind of did the same thing, like went to, I don't know, like Carolina or something, qualified, and then played like Ohio and Pittsburgh as a pro.
That's the way to do it, though. And here's the thing: if you go and you make the run, especially if you're the amateur, take your time to enjoy those last couple moments before you are on that pro list, which is actually, by the way,
well, but you got to play as a pro.
Yeah, you do got to play as a pro now.
At future regionals. Yeah. I more so think that if you plan to go to Chicago, it's a great experience to go play in the pro events at future regionals so that you can prepare for Chicago.
Right, exactly. And I'll be honest. Seeing some of these welcome additions to the pro list, it looks to get tougher and tougher, and I'm curious to see how that looks after it gets reworked here soon. Carter Underwood, you can't even hit a 9-darter on stream. You hit it on the board next to the stream board, so don't talk to me. Get out of the chat. You're banned.
Mac closing those 15s and scoring 15. Trish struggling to get them closed. She does, but Mac has a 37-point lead if she can find a couple of triples here. Right next door to each other, triple 19, triple 17. Well, she's going with the bull.
I wonder if it's a confidence play. You definitely should take one dart, right? And taking on the last is not the dart to do it. You start that shot on the 19 or 17. If you hit a trip, great, continue on. If you miss it, you can go to the bull then if you want to bail out early.
Yeah, I don't love it. Up 37, you have to expect Trish is going to hit 3 at least. And she does punish with 5. So now needs a lot of bulls here for Michaela.
Yeah, a lot of work to do and not a lot of runway left as Trish already grabbed that first leg fairly convincingly as well. Of course, I would say Grezik's usually one of the favorites in the field of most fields that she is in. I actually talked about her and Kalika Chris last year playing doubles was by far one of the more memorable experiences. It was, and I remember because Kalika said, "This is my first time getting interviewed." I was like, "If you keep throwing like that, it won't be your last."
Yeah, I remember watching that feed, and I talk about it every time. There's usually a couple of standouts that I have no clue about, and she was one of them just watching last year. I think it was the New York regional, though, that I saw her.
It makes sense. She is from upstate New York.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. She's a tough opponent as Gresick here looking to go ahead and get this one done. Does do so there.
We jump over to the pro. We see Ben and Joe just getting underway here. First leg. I meant to ask Ben about the nickname Jumbo on the board.
Yeah, I was curious about it as well. I that's a good point. Maybe we'll text his partner in crime, one of his friends, Patrick Atea, that he's always with, playing. Ben's also been a frequent traveler at our regionals. Played in Florida, Ohio, and now PA.
Oh, did he play Florida too?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
Him and Patrick Atea were out there.
Well, and it's another thing I don't like talking about, but I think there's something that Ben is recovering from. That the thing that we don't talk about.
The unspoken?
Yeah. Because there never used to be that hesitation on the drawback.
You know what's funny is I was walking around the room earlier and I was filming people and I was standing behind the dartboards and I was just like getting a video, a couple of people throwing, and Ben walked up to the board. I was like, "Ben, can you hit a big celebration for me no matter what you hit?" And he goes up there and he throws his first dart and he's like smiling like he's doing here. And I thought he was like messing with me a little bit, and then his smile got bigger. And on the third dart got even bigger, and he's like, I was like, "Oh, all right, that was a really genuine celebration." He's like, "Look what I hit," and he hit a 180.
No pressure. You're allowed to miss.
Yeah, the camera doesn't know what you're hitting.
Yeah, celebrate no matter what. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Rich McGraw in the chat saying that Trish is playing with Kalika this weekend as well. So nice.
Good luck, everybody else.
Yeah, they should be a really tough team here in our ladies doubles for sure.
Kalika currently 5-0 on her run so far. Currently playing against Ruthie in that third round. Figured we'd check in on her progress.
Joe, a local Pittsburgh guy, played against him for years. He was one of them. The very first regional I ever played in, he was present. Way back when, 20 years ago, probably. No, it's more than that.
So how was that for you playing last week? I mean, it's probably been quite some time since you played in a regional, and seeing you out there playing with Joe Hedrick and Juicebox Joe, that is.
Yeah, so I haven't actually spoke about too much as I'm a pretty private guy, but I'll go ahead and let the cat out of the bag. So last year was a pretty rough year. I actually spent 3 months in the hospital learning to walk again after a back injury. So yeah, I'm not necessarily playing again, but it was fun to get out there and try to play. I don't know if it was present on the feed, but yeah, my legs don't work as well as they used to. So it was definitely tough, especially Sunday after all day Saturday. But to get the competitive juices flowing, I actually told Joe at the end of the weekend, like, I greatly appreciated him playing with me because I wasn't going to play until Wednesday before.
Oh, wow.
Joe messaged me like, "Hey, I was supposed to play with Barlow. He's not coming. are you playing? And I was like, no. Like, Mo set up for trips. I'm just going to go hang out for that. That's all. And he's like, come on. I was like, Joe, I'm telling you, I'm not the player I was. Like, even with me on the AM list, because I haven't played in so long, like, he's like, I don't care if you have to play from your knees. Let's play. And I was
That's
like,
awesome.
all right. And, yeah, he's always super nice with everything, completely genuine guy. So I had a lot of fun just getting out there and competing again.
Hey, we loved seeing the glimpses of it that we saw because, I mean, you're a legend, man. And glad to see that you got the competitive juices flowing just a little bit there, and having a good friend like Joe pushing you along there.
Yeah, it was inconsistent to say the least, but when they felt good, I definitely felt the swagger kind of come back. Problem is the next match would go away. So, yeah, a couple of fourth place finishes for Joe and I. Not really what we drew up per se, but before the weekend, I probably would have taken it.
The moments of brilliance were brilliant, though, and that's
Sure.
what matters. As Ben Mall does grab that first leg there, Joe Jones missed 6, if not 9 darts there at the finish to let Ben completely back in that leg. So here we go. Joe kind of looking for a reset on this one.
Yeah, Joe looking to level the score here with going first in this cricket leg. Only 3 singles. Ben can punish. Looks like he's looking down.
Did go on the run, like we said last week, in the loser's bracket at that, fighting along.
Was it a long run on the loser side?
It was multiple. I know he was sitting at least 5th, 6th, where he to climb back in. And then we saw him play his 4th place, 3rd place, and finals match there. And then Cody McGraw just slammed the door in his face.
Cody's a guy that hasn't been playing very long, but he does play in my local area. The league that is there that I don't particularly play in, but I've seen Cody just catch fire a couple times where he's got it. It's just a matter of getting a little more consistent. But, yeah, when he's firing all cylinders, he's tough to beat.
It was all cylinders. It was a quick 0-1 game and then a 6-0 in cricket. I was like, yep, and that's the match.
Now we shake hands and I go to bed.
That's exactly right there. But Joe Jones definitely taking out his frustrations from the last leg on this one, looking a little bit tighter here. Again, that's standard. You're going to have to be around a 5 at least when towards the end of the night in moments of time. And your 0-1 game, again, 12 darts is kind of where you're going to be at towards the end. You're not going to get many other opportunities.
You'll have games less like we see here, like we saw in the last match. But I think if you can catch that 5+ range and the 12 darts against the throw, 15 with, you're going to be competitive in every leg.
Absolutely.
That's the key. You don't want to give away legs because it's only 3 out of 5. While that's extended from 2 out of 3, poor ladies, it's still not so many that you can give one away.
Right, you have to take full advantage of the opportunities you are given here, and that's why you just aim for that high target line and crush through, and if you get away with one, good on you. We do have all of our different Ohio friends tuning in. We got Patrick McGinnis. Oh, man, it was almost good seeing you last week, and then you kept making fun of me. And then Greg Fontaine, always good seeing you.
Yeah, he was partnered with Ben last weekend. We had to play them a couple different times. Good to see the support in the chat, really. If you've got somebody you're rooting for, go ahead and throw them in the chat. Tag them. That way their friends can see it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Get them in there. Just tag somebody right now. Everybody that tags somebody, I'm not going to give you anything, but it'll make me really happy if we just have like 100. Like, why are we tagged here, people?
Can you just tag like Mr. Beast or something? Get all these people in there. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Beast will answer our tag specifically. Sean Green, Mr. Dynamite Man, tuning in.
Never know, he might hold like $1 million dart tournament or something just
Dude,
because he saw it.
That's it. That's all we need. No more.
But he's gonna pick randoms. That's the problem. He's not picking dart players. He's gonna pick random people.
1,000 people to play darts for the first time ever.
These people have never touched a dart before. If they had a bullseye, they win $150,000.
And then just cue the clip of Mike Tyson throwing the bull blindfolded.
Oh my God, 2 of them.
2 of them. Yeah.
2 double bulls blindfolded. With the worst form ever, by the way.
But he nailed it. That's eye hand coordination. Well, you can't even say eye hand coordination.
No, he's not looking. It's luck. That's all it is.
Thanks, Patrick. Thanks for tagging Mr. Beast. Appreciate you. Well, this is down to the wire. 3 bulls versus 3 bulls. Joe Jones might get another leg stolen from him at the end here.
Yeah, if Ben can come up with a hat trick. Joe kind of in control of this one. All the way till the end. You can see the frustration there.
This will be a huge collect for a 2-0 jump, which is massive in this format.
It's snatchy on the first one, but a great second dart. Now just needs a single. Oh, and he drops it just low. So Joe going to need 2.
Needs to collect this. You need to get that first leg in this matchup. Just feel settled, and that should help a lot.
Well, it's huge in terms of the match because 2-0 versus 1-1 is completely different.
Couldn't agree more there. As if you're curious, our tournament director, LJ, and his assistant, Christian, at the board there. I believe there was a tip stuck in the bowl that they were fixing up over there before that match got started. But shout out to our new tournament director. It's all official now. Appreciate all you guys tagging different people in here. Daniela got tagged. Mark Rober got tagged by Cody McGraw.
We're going to play on the 13-inch board.
Oh.
Ben's like, no thanks.
A throwback to last year's tour.
Joe's had some success on that board. He's like, hey, let's switch it on over.
It's definitely interesting seeing the full tour. Again, I just remember all the different strategies you would see on the 13-inch versus what you're seeing now, and the more aggressive style of play versus, well, pretty traditional, straight-up high-level darts.
We kind of talked about it ad nauseum, but the 13-inch board, it's all about not missing the single, whereas with the 15-inch board, you can play more aggressive and actually catch those triples.
Austin saying, Nick, when are they hiring you? They as an arachnid. Everybody, right now, if we get like 1,000 new subscribers on BullShooter, I'll tell them that they have to hire me. So
wait, are you doing this for free?
No. I mean like a real, hey, I don't have to be a freelance employee anymore. Hire me. Your boy has bills.
I mean, you do these every weekend.
That's true. This is my 4th weekend in a row.
Yeah, this is your job at this point.
This is. But freelance contractor has way worse tax nightmares. Ben's frustrated with that second dart. Again, you can see that snatchiness at times, but when he fires, you can tell the difference by that release alone if it's going to go where it's intended or not. Because when it's tight, it's near perfect. You get some decent form with it all. And then just randomly his body's fighting against them.
Joe in a good spot here to break the throw. Although in this format, a break's not truly a break. As the loser of the leg gets to start the next.
Yeah, I definitely think out of the 2 modifications that Gordon and I have been talking about these last 2 weekends, I'm sure you probably feel similar, is make it alternating for the pro side. They're pros. They should be fine. But 2, 0-1 cricket, 0-1 instead of 0-1 cricket, 0-1 cricket. Those changes, I think, would have a big difference, and hopefully should be at least the 0-1 cricket 0-1 change should be in play for the 4U tour if everything goes well. Obviously, no point changing it mid-tour.
Why not? It's a new regional.
True.
Or was Joe just barely misses the 120 out? Yeah, I would agree with both of those changes. I think having, if everything goes with throw, one person having to start in both 0-1s is pretty brutal.
That is brutal. Makes that first diddle so much more important.
It does. And truly, in a format where you re-cork in the 5th leg, the first cork shouldn't matter that much.
Right.
Wait, is the last leg automatically 0-1?
Well, in this format, there's 3 0-1s. 3 0-1 games.
Oh.
Yeah, 0-1 cricket, 0-1 cricket, 0-1 is the
So the
format.
last one's not choice?
No. Not
I didn't even know that. Yeah, that I agree with Maloney there in the chat. If it should also be that the last leg is choice.
I have no issue with choice, and the Tournament King software does support
Does it?
choice. Yeah,
That's what I was a little wondering.
because I know in those EDC tournaments they actually do have choice as the last leg.
Interesting.
And when the first time that popped up, because I just assumed it was going to be cricket, and all of a sudden it said, "Do you want to go first or choose the game?" Like, that's so cool. As I was playing some random people that ended up probably winning that last leg decider.
I would even like soft tip to adopt the still tip method of winner of the court gets to go first and pick the game.
That's a bold move, Con. I as someone that also likes steel, would love to see it, but
I
don't know.
I don't know. Winning, like, you get to go first, so I can't say that like it's a disadvantage or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I do feel like there's been times where I've called 0-1 and let the other team go first because I know, I've called cricket because I don't want them to call 0-1.
Right. I definitely think that's an interesting dichotomy when you get to the doubles as well. In singles on the pro side, you're typically just going to choose first.
Yeah, but I'm honestly, if I feel like I'm the stronger player by a lot, I don't want my opponent to call 0-1.
That's true.
It's almost one of those things where I would rather go second in cricket than to play 0-1 going first against a lower level player.
Fair enough. What we're seeing in this matchup is Joe Jones, who had that first leg snuck away from him after 6+ missed leg darts. It's kind of been in full control ever since in this matchup.
Yeah, Joe, pretty good spot here. Close out both corners. No, misses the third. 2-2. Ben's going to need to pull something out of his hat here. Turn it around, Ben. That's what I'm told. You got to turn the hat around, buddy.
It makes a big difference.
I can't wear a forward-facing hat because my dart will hit it.
Even more reason.
I pull it up, I guess, higher than most. I didn't know that, but I know I can't wear a normal build hat. Now I can wear the newsboy hats that I wear.
Yeah.
And because they're smaller, they're more like a welder's hat. But I can't wear a baseball cap with the bill facing forward.
Well, just going off the data, though, I mean, we're at 100% potentially on the pros that have won on the stream with a backwards hat. So, whatever that means.
Considering 3 out of 4 had a backwards hat on, I think we're more so talking about a style amongst dart players than we are something that is helping the dart game.
Oh, my dad was so convinced last weekend when he was at the Ohio BullShooter that he was talking with Gordon. Gordon and my dad started getting a little heated. Gordon's like, "You really think Mike Maloney's the reason people are wearing backwards hats?" And my dad and Gordon argued about that for a good 10 minutes.
I can guarantee you people were wearing hats backwards prior to Mike Maloney playing darts. We give Mike a lot of credit for a lot of things. Like shooting at doubles in cricket, and that's terrible. But he does not get credit for people wearing their hat backwards.
You know what? I want to go out there, and every person with the backwards hat, I'm going to interview them, and I'm just going to say,
and they're like,
why?
"No, I was doing this when I was a kid."
And I'll say, that's reasonable, probably. Well, that will do it there for that one. We're going to jump right back over to our ladies, as they are currently, it's 1-0 in Anna's favor, and Anna versus Alexis.
Lexi Girl and AB. Man, being in Pittsburgh and having the initials AB, that's crazy.
That's
Antonio
taboo.
Brown, what?
That's crazy. Good observation. That's the expert analyst that I've been waiting for.
Like, to own it, too. Like, that's my tag.
How does one become Dirachi? Just have Will Stewart pronounce your name right.
And then I see her shirt. We talk about the AB crazy, and then her shirt has that image on it.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Never bring a dress code to the regionals.
Annabeth. Maloney saying he did start the sweatpants trend, though. I remember wearing sweatpants as a child. I don't think that you started the trend. Did you wear them more so than anyone else that's playing darts? Maybe. Now, I will give you credit for the capris.
Yeah, oh, for sure on the capris.
No, that's not true. 2004 in Connecticut, Yelly Clausen was the first person I saw playing darts wearing capris. After him, it was you. So you were...
And Clausen's known for a lot of other things as well.
Well,
so.
that's true, too. But, yeah. After that, you brought it to America, bud.
I think we need to make a list of things that Mike Maloney is or is not actually responsible for.
Yeah, but the things we actually give him credit for are terrible. Throwing at doubles and wearing capris.
I love doubles.
You can't.
In the pro field.
In cricket?
But, like, if you're above a 4, you're probably fine. AB here, trying to get those 17s online.
Jason commenting, it cracks me up that you complain about the game format but not alternating starts versus loser starts. We did just have a whole spiel about
that is
the
where we
alternating
started.
starts and loser starts, Jason.
That
I don't know
is
if you're just getting in or not, but we've complained about a good bit so far.
Yeah, no. Listen, we're here to not complain, but to help poke and prod the creative juices.
Fair. Complain's not the appropriate word. Thanks a lot, Jason.
Yeah, now you got some trouble.
Yeah.
Man, that's why you're the breaded dart guy.
Breaded?
When I did his interview in Chicago, I posted it and I actually put breaded instead of bearded with my dyslexia, and it took way too long for me to realize what happened. So he's now the breaded dart guy.
Lexus with 2 numbers to score on, looking to get that lead back. That was unintentional. It's allowed. I'll allow it.
Oh, BDG's talking to Maloney anyways. We're good. All right.
Oh, cool. Appreciate you, bud.
Yeah, never mind. You're good. Go back to doing God's work.
Yeah. Hey, chat, talk amongst yourselves.
Leave the commentating to us.
Well, how about we don't butt into conversations in the chat?
That's also true.
By we, I mean me.
Yeah, actually, just next time, just make sure you extra tag his name so that way we don't get... Still a pretty interesting dichotomy here between the 2 numbers versus the point lead. And another one of those happy accidents, and that's even better. All right, Lex Girl making some magic happen on those 18s.
Yeah, a little enthusiasm in that throw.
I love it.
Anna going to try to gather herself.
Phil Fried in the chat saying, I am curious why more pro soft tip players don't go for 8 perfect dart cricket versus 1,000 point battles. Wish someone could explain logic to me. In parentheses, I'm serious. Honestly, that would kind of go really deep into the cricket strategy realm. But long story short is that if you don't get points, someone else can force you to get points, right? So if I'm going for that perfect game, I can get shut down pretty quick if I don't grab any points myself.
I think the simple answer is in soft tip, you have to expect your opponent to hit.
Mm-hmm.
So if I leave the 20s and go to the 19s and I don't hit, they then come up and hit, I'm toast. I stay on the 20s, even if I hit 5. Worst case scenario, I'm down 17 points and I have to open up a new number.
Right.
Like, it's just smart math. You have to play it more conservative in soft tib because you expect 9s coming behind you.
And then, of course, I mean, you can compare it just based off of different openers in the game, right? A white horse opener is probably the worst 9-mark opener you could possibly have. Versus if every single time, I would rather have 2 trip 20s and a trip 19 or 3 trip 20s is the 2 ideal openers depending on your style of play.
I would argue the 19s is not an option.
You think all up top?
Nope. I think I would go all up top. But I think if you switch, it has to be to the 18. Now, I say that because if you hit a single, again, you don't know that you're for sure going to hit a triple. If you catch a single, your opponent now has to decide, do I go for your number that you have a mark on to try to steal that mark, or do I go for the bigger number in the 19s? Either way, you benefit.
I like that. I like that a lot, actually. But yeah, the long story short is that points absolutely come into play because, again, if you start off with a white horse, your opponent's going to try to start off with more than likely a 3 in the bed on the next number available, and then you're going to be forced to point at some point anyways. The idea is that you can dictate their darts by getting that start first. If I go up there and I hit a 180 or a 9 mark on the 20s, you're going to have to respond to me. You don't get a choice. If I hit a white horse, you can actually force where my darts go.
Yeah, you throw a 180, you know coming back to the board you'll have the lead. Guaranteed. There's no way that you don't come back to the board with the lead.
I'm not going to lie. I just turned around and got jump scared.
Oh, what's up?
It's a very, very quiet door.
Yeah.
We don't even have any snacks back here. How
couple
did Porky find
ninjas.
us?
What's going on?
That was terrifying.
Filipino ninjas.
I almost screamed on the microphone. I want everyone to know that.
Oh, if you would have screeched like a little girl. Oh. Just poke him in the side. Or say,
Oh, well, Anna here looking to try to make a stand on the Bulls. This is pretty much set to go the distance in this matchup. Finds the double, though. AB trying to make a stand.
Needs another. The Bulls can get tricky sometimes. I think Alexis here going to want to get this done as quickly as possible. Nope, she's going to go with the 18s.
Playing for the cushion there a little bit. Trying to push the Bull along. Need to hit at least one more 18 and last to push it even further. A lot of games are won and lost on the 15s, and a lot of games are also won and lost on that Bull. Just for the simple fact is that you can psych yourself out if you're the person that just needs 3 bulls and go a little too conservative. And vice versa, you're the person on the bulls. You're so fixated on getting those bulls that you're missing those darts and close when you do get your chances. Let's get the point lead, though. Asking the question, Anna is. Maloney could be responsible for the Hey Dudes. That's fair.
Wrong.
No.
I was wearing Hey Dudes before I ever saw Maloney do it.
It is true. You can blame DJ for the Hey Dudes. And
I'm not even trying to take credit. It's just we can't give Maloney credit for every fashion trend amongst middle-aged men.
That's how he dresses. I guess that you're right. Oh, finds the double 18 over to the trip 15 for the match. Ooh, a little bit of an awkward position on that dart. Just the single on the last.
Jason Watt asking if I'll be in San Antonio. That's a no. That's a hard one to get to. I've even looked at flights and everything because it was thrown out about me going down there to do the commentary. But no, that would require too much time off because there's no directs from any airport close to me. So yeah, that's not going to be at least in person. I'm not sure if there's a plan for. May get to do it from my basement.
AB here. 2:15s now. It was a very aggressive close attempt by Alexis in the last go there. It's not going to be costly. Should have moved to the triple on that last dart. You were hanging over the double, got caught up there.
If your argument is that she might have been blocked, I'll agree.
Yes.
But I will say the only time I don't mind doubles in cricket is when it's for the win and you feel you have to hit it or you lose.
Fair enough.
But Lexi coming up, bang, bang, taking the lead and hitting that last bull. So we're going to get a cork for leg number 3. It's like on our other feature board, we got Jason Godek and Mike Davis battling it out. I see a game at 0-1. Not sure if that's the first or the third, but the first game, Nick's telling me. Anna finding a bull.
Anna will get the start. Yeah, Jason Godek taking on Mike Davis, like you said. Jason did beat me in the blind draw in New York that I played in. I played in one blind draw under the name Mike Porterfield. I signed up as Mike Porterfield, and Mike Porterfield signed up as Nick Teixeira. Let me tell you, I'm so happy my partner was brand new to darts because they would have been so disappointed otherwise.
Jason Watt asking how many pros there are, and Mike Porterfield the favorite to retain the title. So I know we were almost full, but there were a couple of buys.
Yeah, we're at the pros actually a little bit lighter than you expect at 63.
Is that what it was?
Yeah,
so there was
we're
only
full
one buy?
Yeah, just the one buy.
Okay. I know I saw the buy in there.
Someone got lucky and got that first round skip. Bill Young.
Bill Young, you lucky dog. So yeah, 63, almost 64 person bracket. And yeah, I mean, without knowing the field all the way offhand, it's hard to bet against Porterfield. I'll give you that.
It's fair to call him a favorite.
Oh, a favorite is guaranteed. The favorite.
Ooh. Oh, it was triple. I looked up at the wrong time. I'm sorry. I heard the 3 in the bed. That's brutal from the dartboard to do that.
Yeah.
We're looking at the bracket. I was like, oh, wait, something happened.
3 in the bed. Oh, it's triple ones.
Sorry, Alexis.
You threw the BDO 180. Did you ever see that video?
The BDO 180?
I love Larry Butler to death.
Oh.
But he played in one of the BDO tournaments and hit 3 triple ones. And there was a video that somebody created and put out there the difference between the PDC and the BDO. So that's the BDO 180.
That is brutal.
So yeah, looking through the names, I think Porterfield. I was looking to see if a Fern or somebody like that does make the trip sometimes. Even
Don Stewart.
But no, who was here last year that was battling out with him?
Well, it was Jules that was.
Jules.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to come up with. Like, was Jules here again? And granted, Mike beat him last year. But then I think it would be a little closer. But yeah, I think the on paper favorite has to be Porterfield.
Yeah, and especially on the winner side. I mean, Seth Stefano is an interesting one that had his moments last weekend as well. And then, of course, I mean, there's some top players on the loser side. Philly, Mike Segal, Don Stewart's on the loser side. And it's still a little too early to call, but I don't see anybody right now that I would say is more of a favorite than Porterfield would be. Although he says that he doesn't like it when we pick him as favorites because he feels the pressure more.
I believe that. I think watching him play over the years, he more adapts to that underdog mentality.
Oh, you can't keep winning stuff and call yourself an underdog. That's
Well, yeah,
how it works.
you lose that eventually. Anna kind of running away with this leg. Down to 185. Lex all the way back at 415.
And Anna just needs to focus on getting a good collect here. The goal, no matter what, if you're playing a fat bowl format, is 2 bowls around. 2 bowls around gets you the money. Even just 1 bowl and a couple good fallouts here, though, does do the job that you're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, she's going to be looking to set up a 2-dart finish. Could still do it, but it'd be a tricky one. Should stay on the bowl.
Not the worst deflection in the world of deflections. It's a bull first finish, which, again, in open out, you're thinking, all right, how do I get the most efficient way possible? Well, if you're aiming at bulls the whole time, 2 bulls and a trip 16, not going to be mad about that.
Lexus not able to leave an out. So 6 darts here from AB at least if she needs them.
David asking about the San Antonio pre-registration. I assume that will come up shortly after this weekend here, because they usually do one event pre-registration at a time. So after Pennsylvania, be on the lookout. There's always going to be posts on the BullShooter Facebook page when pre-registration goes live.
Wait, is that real? It's only one at a time. So like this one didn't open until this week.
Well, no, I think this one would have been open, but I'm saying I don't think they open up San Antonio because it's at the end of March. This is at the end of January.
All right. I thought you meant like
Not always.
it was a mad dash for people to be registered for this one.
No, that's Hunger Games style.
Yeah, I saw someone post that it was full. Was anyone willing to give up their spot?
Yeah.
For the AM. So yeah, if it was, I remember another dartboard manufacturer would do that, where they only took so many, and it was an Asian manufacturer, so they had a ton of players that played, and you literally had to wake up at like 3 a.m. and register, or you didn't get into the event in Hong Kong.
I remember the old TOC days. You'd play a whole year, and then you would have to hit refresh on the over and over and over, or else you didn't get in.
Oh my goodness.
And that's a year of participation points to then not get to use them. As this is a frustrating moment right here. Not able to take it out.
Yeah, but Lex back on 209. So not the end of the world. Definitely wanted to set it up to be a 1-dart finish. 46, a bit tricky as we saw.
Well, you just got to ask the question here by leaving yourself a finish, and that's not going to help your cause at all. That was the worst possible last dart. Well, 46 for the match. Same spot again.
Yeah, going for that 14 to leave 32. I almost would have liked her to switch to the 10-6 wire.
Exactly what I was thinking.
And even there, it's open out, 37. I like the 2 singles. There's no need to set up the 32. She may have been going to triple 20 or single 20 to leave single 17. I don't know. But I would recommend on 37 throwing it to 17 first, because if you hit the double, you still have a shot. Whereas a double 20, you'd bust.
Well, the pressure is on. Lex Girl got back into the mix here, so AB needs to get this done here. Now shooting 24 for the match. Has had already a missed opportunity. Just 2 big singles makes all the difference here. Open.
Yeah, don't force yourself to hit the double, but she does catch it. So Annabeth coming through that one over Alexis. We will jump over to the pro board. Looks like Godek primed to take a 2-0 lead here. Only needs 1 bull. There it is. So Mike under the gun, down 2-0. We'll have the start in 5:01.
We currently have our first top 16 match, it looks like. Or, excuse me, top 8 match, that is, on the women's side going. Trish Grezik taking on Angela Crow going on there to get into that top 4. Lika Chris currently in that top 8 as well, waiting on an opponent. Finds the trip on the last. Doing enough to keep himself out in front. Godek not really collecting yet in this one.
Catherine Middleton asking, have they done the luck of the draw yet?
Not yet. I know we ran 5 or 6 in Ohio. And I do know the intention is we have that extra room. If for anybody that's actually been in Pennsylvania, BullShooter, we have that extra room. The idea is that room has the dart shop in there, and after the first few rounds, will become the blind draw room. But no, it's still a little too early to have that first one up and going, just with how busy it is. Although I will say, even our amateur bracket, which is normally struggling to get through those first few rounds, having 10 extra boards, big differences here. We're at 70 boards this year. And then B, that people get more used to the Tournament King software. We're starting to have plenty of extra spare boards now. So
once you usually get through 3 rounds in each bracket, you start freeing up some boards. But typically, for the first couple rounds, there's no boards available. Mopar asking if all of these guys are pros or are they playing pro because the AM filled. That's a good question. I don't know for Mike Davis. I do know Jason is on the pro list, but yeah, that's fair because
that's fair.
I know that, like I said, I saw people asking if anyone wanted to give up a spot.
The times where I've gone and didn't sign up in time for the amateur, I will tell you, I more than happily played up. I think that's the best kind of experience. Even this year, I was getting into an online Steel Tip League, and they're like, "Hey, do you want to go up a division? We're not, or you're right at the line." I was like, "Oh, put me up. I'm ready."
So 112 here for Godek to take the match 3-0. 52.
Over 20.
The smart dart is the 12.
Smart and safe as well. You can't buy.
That's why it's smart. I like the 20 to double 16 typically, just because I'd rather throw it to double 16. But I think having a triple in the board, the smarter shot. So interesting. He went 16 for 36. I don't hate it.
I wasn't looking for it, but I definitely don't hate it either, except he missed the big number. And now is giving that opportunity over to Davis, which, depending on his, as long as he collects one good triple and a decent shot selection, should be all right.
Double 14 now for the win. Finishes on double 7. So Jason Godek getting through that one. Looks like we don't have any ladies to our board yet. So we are going to take a quick pause and run our interview with Olivia Terry from Ohio.
Back in action here at Columbus, Ohio. I'm joined by OT from the TO, Olivia Terry. How you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing so good because you were out here demolishing on the dartboard. You got 3 wins so far, but that singles one was probably the best feeling one, wasn't it?
Actually, it was. I just came off playing the WCS versus Shay Cole. That's my girl, South Carolina. What? She's an amazing shot. And I knew I was coming this weekend, and second place, you know what, I'll take it, but I knew that I had some more in the tank for this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, you were fired up at the line, but it was a collective fired up. You were celebrating at times, being a little goofy, but you looked like you were eyes on the prize pretty much the whole time. You felt like locked in?
Yeah, I really did. I took this weekend as kind of like a business trip for myself. I needed to work on a few things. Kat asked me to play in doubles, women's doubles, and she's from my area, about an hour or so away, but she's a phenomenal player. I haven't played with her in about a year. She's kind of like me. She's loud. She likes to slap hands, slap booties. You know what I'm saying? So she gave me a lot of energy. Sometimes we get down, and we needed that in our game. So
well, and you guys played well in doubles together. You were untouchable as a team, it seemed, with Olivia giving you a run with Amanda. But let's be honest, right now you and Kat are playing mixed doubles. Whoever does the better run gets that 4th title potentially and gets MVP. Is that on your mind a little bit?
Not really. You know, if Kat wins it, you know, I'm so proud of her. She's taking a little bit of hiatus in darts right now, and I have to as well. But you know what? It's really not about the titles or whatever. It's about the experience you enjoy at these BullShooters, the family, the camaraderie, the staff. That's why we come to do the thing. Yes, to see you in person and not on a screen that's like this small.
Oh, well, I love it. And one of the other girls we saw out here that you played time and time again was Nikki Hinshaw.
Wow.
Running into her a little
Phenomenal.
bit there. Yeah, what's your thoughts on her game?
Phenomenal player. I've been seeing on Facebook a lot, not MySpace, that she's
Not
been
MySpace.
no, not MySpace. She's been traveling a lot, going to these top tournaments right now, and she's just a credible person, but a more better like player. She's amazing. I know she got me a little bit on those 15s, and she knows what I'm talking about. But she's an incredible player, and you know I can't wait to see her keep growing in this game for women's sports.
Last question. What's next for OT?
Next for OT is try to pay off my furnace that went out in a negative 23 weather. But you know what? Just playing a lot of league games, getting some PPD games in, get ready for nationals and all-stars. But you never know. I might sneak up somewhere.
Oh,
Call me.
Don't throw me with a good time. Olivia and Terry, everybody. Great shooting, and continue to wish you the best of luck in your great runs here.
My hands are sweaty, but thank
too.
you, Nick. Thank you.
All right, Gordon Dixon here with the BullShooter crew here at the Columbus, Ohio stop. I'm here with Mr. George Daniels. How you doing, George?
I'm doing pretty good. A little tired.
It was a good weekend. Yeah, we're catching you after the doubles today. Are you playing in the mixed?
Yeah, I'm playing with Beth Schaefer.
Oh, so you're not even done? Not even done yet.
No.
Yeah, Beth. We followed her in the women's. Pretty good shot. You got a good shot in this
Yeah,
one.
we lost the first round, so we lost to Hendricks and K something.
Oh, okay. So this weekend give me a breakdown. Like how often, as far as league is concerned, are you playing soft? Are you playing steel? Do you even play league?
I just play soft tip leagues on Mondays and Tuesdays.
Mondays and Tuesdays. So now
I
you're
haven't
playing.
I haven't been throwing them still.
I got
But I
you.
went to Vegas last weekend.
Yeah. How'd you feel out there?
I had a top 8 and 2 top 16s.
Gotcha. So when you walk into a weekend like this, are you obviously? I said in the warm up or the opener yesterday, everybody came here for singles. So to get that title straight away, do you not necessarily job done for the weekend, but that gives you the spot in the invitational and everything?
It makes it feel worth coming if you get that first one out of the way.
Right. Now, was the invitational a big influence for
I
you?
gave myself this one in Chicago to get on the ESPN thing.
To go down there and play. So
I hope I get to go because end of July, I'm on a 10-day cruise.
Oh, I gotcha.
I'm over and back before they do the ESPN thing.
Gotcha. So maybe a potential schedule conflict, but that was definitely something that interested you in coming out here to qualify.
That's the only reason I came to this one.
Awesome. And one of the other things that we were talking about on stream, you and Kessler, is that something that's happened? Have you played with him before, or how did that get
this is the first one.
set up?
We're tired of beating up on each other.
Oh, yeah. Decided to join forces.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I know it was frustrating for you guys too. Obviously, it was something that we saw. You would struggle. He would get in. He would struggle.
Yeah.
You would run down the board. How conscious of that were you guys? Did that add any pressure during the
Not really.
matches?
Not really. It's just
An annoyance.
yeah.
Gotcha. Well, hey, it was great to see you. I hope you get to play in
appreciate
the Invitational.
Me too.
Be a big addition to that. So, Gordon Dixon here at the Ohio Regional, signing off with Mr. George Daniels.
Peace out.
Welcome back, everybody, to the 39th annual tour here for BullShooter. We're in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and looking at another great pro matchup on our stream board here. I'm Nikki Hinshaw, joined by DJ Sayer on the call for this one.
Yeah, I mentioned this guy earlier as one of them that made the pro list and then went to multiple regionals to play as a pro. After that, Jason Hardwick, better known as Juice, taking on Timothy Owens. I'm unfamiliar with Timothy. I do love the jersey.
He's well dressed for the occasion.
Right? And it looks like the back is camo, so you can't even see him.
Yeah, the John Cena of backs of dart shirts, it seems. Looking forward to seeing how this one transpires. If you guys are curious, Hardwick did come up before the event started and remeasured board 49 specifically. So we'll see.
My goodness.
He wanted to make sure that throw line was good. He already was manifesting that he was going to make it to this point.
So is that like the mullet of dart jerseys? Business in the front, party in the back?
I like it. I'm not going to. And mullets are making a comeback in general anyways. So who knows?
Takes the hat off and fires in a 180.
That'll work.
Juice with a pretty big lead here. Chris Dulac asking if there's any way to see the brackets. We believe we posted them early on in the feed, but we will put those in there for you again. We have 3 brackets going right now: the pro, the open, and the ladies. There's your pro bracket. Here comes your ladies.
Lady.
Are you a Bill Burr fan?
I'm a you guys saying that fan.
No, we're Bill Burr fans. So, yeah, he every time on his podcast, ladies.
I did get. I started knowing when Gordon was going to say it, and I timed it so we said it at the exact same time in one of the matches that got clipped up for YouTube, just to make him suffer. Yeah, if you. By the way, we as much as we love every one of you guys tuning in for a live stream, one thing you guys should all do is go over to that BullShooter Sports Network, Facebook or YouTube, because we've been posting out those match clips out there, and there's no waiting for nonsense. You just get to watch the darts happen. And now the commentary might still be nonsense, but you can blame mostly me, a little bit of Gordon.
Not after this weekend.
This is quality.
It'll be great, I promise.
The best commentary.
I mean, it's how it goes.
Why we saved the best for last.
But this isn't last.
Well, the goal was to get you in San Antonio, too. Now we're settling for some remote DJ plus some Will Stewart, I think, is what we're going to be having for that one.
Okay. Yeah, I hadn't heard the final plan. I told Mr. LJ that I'm up for whatever as long as it's remote. I just can't swing it. San Antonio is too far. That's and fair. Too hard to get to.
Double top for Hardwick.
Yeah, and even though Timothy had a 180 in this leg, Hardwick way ahead. He finds it with his third dart.
Mike Hansen saying, good luck to everyone shooting. What's up, DJ and Gordon? I will say I have been signing up for more and more tournaments as Gordon Dixon.
That guy has sweatpant capris. Eat your heart out, Mike Maloney.
That's an athlete. Get him a backwards hat right now. Do it.
This guy took his hat off. Won't he borrow it?
Well, that is not the ideal start. Owen's frustrated there.
No, really inconsistent here for Timothy. This is round 3 for these guys?
They actually had, this is actually for Owens, just round, both of these guys were round 2.
Oh, wow. So this is our last second round match of the winners bracket.
Correct, yeah.
In the pros.
They did have a little bit of a sit before it as well, as again, we're get everything flowing. I will say that non-pro brackets already hitting top 8, by the way. That we're already looking at on the winner's side.
No, they're doing 2 out of 3, right?
Doing 2 out of 3, yeah. And there's the one thing with this tour, no random changing of format, so it's been pretty consistent. 2 out of 3 on the winners and losers for everything except for the pro events, and the mixed doubles event, which has best of 1 on the losers side. Begrudgingly so.
Was 64 the max for the pros? Do you know?
The max amount
Yeah.
allowed?
Yeah, because we have a 64-person bracket, but I wonder if we had 65, would it be a 128 bracket?
Yeah, they would.
So then I'm assuming the format would probably go to 2 out of 3 since it's above 64.
No,
They were keeping it no
Yeah.
matter what. 128-person bracket in the pros, we were playing 3 out of 5 double in.
We'll never know. But I think so. I think the idea is to get it consistent, like, hey, this is the format you're coming here to play.
As long as it's published, I don't think it matters. I think that's the key. You have to publish. If we're above a certain
This
number,
amount.
then this is your format.
Hardwick, by the way, just
Yeah.
line up this board, not really leaving any questions about who's in control in this leg. Trish is the first in it to the top 4 on the ladies' side.
Who else we got rocking and rolling in the ladies?
On the to play Trish will be either Daniela or Autumn.
Okay.
And then on the bottom side, we have Cheyenne Hood taking on Kalika Chris. Kalika currently up 1-0 to get into the top 4. And then on the bottom side, Selena Welty is waiting on the winner of Anna or Ashley.
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 Ashlee. As we see Juice finish off leg number 2.
Give him the full squeeze.
I like it.
Thank you.
Well done.
It's honestly, it's because I kept doing Juice Box Joe Hedrick last week, and I kept going with all the.
Were
Juice
you
jokes.
calling him Juice Box a bunch?
Yeah, Juice Box Joe. Ever since New York last year.
Oh, I know.
He's been Juice Box Joe. And then Gordon didn't know that until we were commentating, and I was like, I'm never letting that go. It passes.
Yeah, he even said to me at one point, he gave me a White Claw, and he's like, it's no Juice Box, but here.
I love Joe.
Oh, dude, the guy's amazing.
There's a reason I've been, as a player, attending the Buckeye Open in years past, and it's not because of Gordon, that's for sure.
You support the head of the Hedrickson
Exactly.
group?
I support my 5th favorite Hedrick.
Wow.
There's a lot of them. They're all scary.
Is there 4 ahead of Joe? I mean, yeah, he's.
I think
do
so.
you know all of them?
I know that they were all in the comment section when
Okay.
because Gordon forgot to mention one of them, and then they all got mad.
Ooh. Yeah, I was just curious if you knew Brittany, the oldest daughter.
By name, yes.
Yeah, she's in there commenting a lot. Okay. Because, I mean, she doesn't play as much. She was the first one that we got to see, and she did really well in her first ever steel tip tournament. I want to say she got second in singles or something. But yeah, the 2 youngest girls, Tiffany and Nikki, play more, and then Mitch kind of come and goes. So I figured you knew those 3, but not Brittany.
Well, there we go. My safe answer is I just say Joe by name and the rest as the Hedricks.
The Hedricks. There's a slew of them.
There is. Kalika Chris also into that top 4 now. So Kalika and Trish, the first 2 in the top 4, the 2 we said were poised to potentially go on the run. Opposite sides of the bracket, so that's kind of exciting. Hardwick already has taken the throw away from Owens here.
Yeah, kind of one-way traffic here. Was looking to put in the 171 to leave 160. I like the early math.
Owens just needs to focus on trying to get a good collect in here, but you can definitely tell the frustrations of the moment are kind of showing. That is a man that is disappointed in his darts. And he doesn't need to be, but just the way he's looking at those darts and shaking his head, I know that if I was those darts, I would be trying to get my act together.
Yeah, like I said, just a bit inconsistent here. We've seen the big shots, but too many poor shots. And Juice has just been pretty steady.
Yeah, I mean, don't be wrong. He was pretty dominant in that second leg, but especially in the 0-1, it's just steady's probably the best word.
Yeah, triple a turn. That'll get the job done. Come in, don't miss getting in. Triple a turn.
That's it. We're still looking for our first 9 darter of the tour, by the way. We missed on the last dart with Ram Kavara on the bull.
Okay.
So we've had 1 miss on the last dart. We've gotten 8 out of 9 so far.
Juice trying to figure out his moves here on the 149. Really, the only option is a triple 19 and a triple 20. That gets you to 32.
Well, it does get down to 58, though. Owens needs to pressure this just in case. Only guaranteed 2 darts at a double. You can pressure it by leaving yourself finished. 100 here to leave the little fish wouldn't be too bad. Can't go left or right. 149 will have to suffice.
58 now for Jason. 18 for tops.
Double top it is. Oh, slipped out of his hand. That looked like it was flying funny.
Yeah, I knew it before he threw it. And that one floats on him. He took the lasso one game out on double 7.
It has to be someone's favorite double. It certainly isn't mine. But at least it's better than double 3.
It was him, right? Or was it the match before? I remember somebody having 28 and then they ended on double 7. Here we go. We talked about the 149.
I thought it was going.
Timothy did have a shot at it. Double 7 for Juice.
Get the squeeze. Can't do it twice.
No. It took me by surprise the first time. That time it was just overplayed.
It was overplayed. That's harsh review over there, but Hardwick does get it done. And let's take a look at this haul. I mean, it is jamming right now in there.
And this isn't even all of them.
Yeah.
Like, we have a separate room with how many boards over there?
We got 70 boards in total, and I think we have 15 or 17 of them in the other room.
And then
17 in the other room.
And then there's a couple that are like practice in the bar.
Yeah, yeah, we have the 2 bonus bar boards
Yeah.
as well. So we'll go ahead and cut on over here and give us a quick second here. And back to the match here. We got a good one. Levi, I recall meeting last year at this tournament, and he produced some pretty deep bracket runs, but didn't quite get any of those titles, and he's going to be hungry for that this go-around.
I think that's a fair summation of Levi in general, honestly. Like, even on the still tip side, like, I've seen a lot of deep runs. I've seen some solid success, but I don't know that there's been very many big wins for the talent that I've seen him display.
Maybe today is his day, as he is currently up 1-0 in this one.
I wouldn't be surprised if Levi put it together all the way through.
I mean, and that's a tough task when you're playing in all these different tournaments and playing in these tough fields. Sometimes it's just about getting that first result, and then it can roll from there. Troy Leroy, our friend from New Zealand, tuning in, saying, "Afternoon, lads. Is Mick Maloney or Ram here?" No Mick Maloney or Ram Guevara, sir. But we do have a lot of good names. The one that you'll be looking out for today is probably the Mike Porterfield in our bracket, which you were in our chat when we were in New York and might be familiar.
Or Mick Porterfield.
Or Mick Porterfield. Well, it's Mick Maloney. He literally argued with us. He was like, no, I'm pretty sure it's Mick Maloney, guys. And ever since then, we've just stuck with it. Troy the Broy. He also calls me Little Boom Man because he heard me first time on the commentary with Sean Green. It was Big Boom Man and Little Boom Man.
Ouch.
Yeah, that's okay. I don't take it personally. Levi does find a big 9 on that last turn there. 5-0 plays 5.6.
Yeah, but Jeff staying ahead here. Loads up the 20 for 4 of them. Battling 16s against the 20. Levi, I wouldn't hate a look at it. He does stay there.
I mean, he was talking himself into, I'm just going to hit the 8 mark, right? 2 trip 16s for the shot. At some point, you have to take that look, though.
Yeah, I mean, your 5 mark equals your opponent's 4 mark. That has to come into consideration at some point.
Especially when Jeff is not really missing upstairs at all.
Yeah, if your opponent doesn't miss, you lose. That's just how it goes.
That is also fair. A little John Maddening for me there. Levi just going to continue to try to hold on and wait for an opportunity here. Oh, and that's an unlucky last start because now you're saying, Jeff, go ahead and take that first swing at the corner pockets. Really second swing in this instance.
Man, it looks like he's looking up. Oh. Kind of see him look through the top there, but his eyes were deceiving me.
Job's still done. Levi cannot hit 2 trips on the 15 and have the point lead to go for the close. I'm going to stop him from hitting some trip 15s, of course.
Again, look at the 20. Yes, I love it. Down 24. You now put the pressure on Jeff to win the game where you get a look at 4 bulls for the game.
Yeah, because now Jeff's game shot is he has to close the 15s here and then try to hit 3 bulls. You're giving yourself a shot for 4 bulls.
Jeff going to look to do it. Oh, my.
Bullseye. No.
Oh. Narrowly missing into the 9. So 4 bulls, not a give me, but 3 turns ago, if you told Levi he was going to get 1 look at this leg and he had to hit 4 bulls, he'd have taken it in a heartbeat. Now needs 2 doubles. It's not going to happen. Looks like Jeff is going to knot this one up at 1 leg apiece.
Yeah, looking for the middle here. Jeff, no question in his mind. He knows this leg's already won in his favor. And this is going to be a pretty interesting race as it continues to develop here.
Now, I'm unfamiliar with Jeff. Do you know Jeff at all?
I know I've definitely commentated him before, probably at this regional or maybe it was New York last year. So I do know I've commentated him before. That's about as far as I've got on this one. But I definitely think he's putting on a performance to say, I'll make sure you guys remember me.
I will say, I mentioned it earlier, but like Pittsburgh, New York, a couple of the regionals will get the rando Canadian that you don't know that comes down. So I didn't know if maybe that was a possibility.
Well, anything's possible when you're at a BullShooter, DJ.
Solid open there from Levi. Not what Jeff was aiming at, but he'll take it. It's in nonetheless. 134. Now the pressure shifted back to Levi. Even going first, his opponent opened with more. Looks like a perfect marker dart to ride in. Oh, but he lands low.
Still another solid scoring visit, but Jeff's on the attack here, and he's definitely looking pretty composed on the start board right now.
Yeah, another 2 triple turn will actually push him into the favorite spot. He's only going to put in a steady ton. So a 34-point deficit now for Levi.
And Levi does need to hit a ton plus, though, to leave a finish.
Leanna telling us that Jeff is from Johnstown, PA area. Thank you, Leanna. So yeah, a fairly local boy. So got to imagine him and Levi are familiar with each other. So there'll be no surprises. That's good to know. And Jeff has stolen the darts in this one.
Yeah, 100 to lead the 167. Anything else is extra credit on the assignment. Looks like he studied. Good shot there with the 1-2-1. Doesn't collect as much as he wanted on that last start, but a 1-4-6, taking the darts away from Levi here. That was a must hit last start, though.
Good response. Putting pressure on Jeff to have to hit the 1-4-6. You go 2 triple 19s for double 16. Oh, he's looking up.
120 to lead the winner gate special, double 13.
66.
Trip 10.
Trip 14.
Also works.
48 to leave 18, not what I would suggest.
Yeah, it almost looked like he intended to go for the big 16 there, but you know he's going to break the 50 on the next one, so you might as well take that extra moment to hit your setup dart.
If he gets a shot at the 50.
True.
Yeah, he will.
I do like the dramatic pause there, though. I was totally in on it. But yeah, I don't expect Jeff to go right this 50 here, so he's going to probably do like an 18 or a 10 for 16 or 20.
Man, I have a terrible time trying to spot for Jeff. I always, I can't read his eyes. But he 2 darts the 50, as you said, single 18 for double 16, and now takes a 2-1 lead. So Levi going to be throwing first in cricket, a must-win leg if he's to stay in the winner's side.
Well, and that wasn't Levi's sharpest game, but his cricket game, they were both above a 5. So as long as he replicates that performance going first here, he should be all right. Keyword is should.
Yeah, the throw got the best of him in the first cricket game. As we talked about, he was battling with the 16s against the 20s, stuff like that. So a similar leg to what we saw, and we will most likely get a decider.
We do have our first women's top 4 matchup on the winner's side locked in and getting called over to that streaming area. Trish versus Autumn in that one. And the men's currently starting to get it, or on the pro side, starting to fill up that top 8 section right now as they're starting to really get crews in here. And honestly, that amateur bracket's looking great as we're already getting into top 4 for them.
A big opening now for Levi as Jeff was only able to hit 2 19s. Levi going to do a little bit of punishment. He puts in 5.
He's going to be happy with his board position right now. All Jeff can do is try to bet a number. 18s is that number. Plenty of room to fit that last dart in there as well. Takes low.
Levi with the power close. Tripping only needing a single. Wow, somehow finds the triple with the third. Pretty sure he moved left and landed right. The old rope-a-dope.
Yeah, it does grab the 17s there. Still Levi's control. Oh, and he's playing a little conservative with it. He's only going to take the 1 dart. 2 at the point, 1 at the close. A pretty sound strategy if you want to just defend the fact that you have the 20s and 19s.
Must-win leg. Gonna protect it.
I don't really blame him. If I have the 20s and 19s in a game of cricket where I get both, I'm going to make sure you don't get very many, if any, shots at my numbers. If I can avoid it, at least. But now with the point lead approaching, can just go ahead and start the 17s if he wants. Only need 2 singles on it. Getting a little tricky.
Great shot there from Levi. Goes back and catches the triple to close and score. So Jeff relegated to the 15s of the Bulls.
Pretty much poised to go the distance, though, it seems. Good last start from Summits. It does at least add a dart to Levi's throw. With that third number advantage, he's going to be able to take a swing. He might still... It depends if that first dart trips or not, if he's going to take 1 or 2 darts of that 15.
I think you take 2 even if you trip it with the first. That third dart. You staying there? Yes. Again, it's an advantageous spot. You kind of want to take advantage of having the 20. Now, Levi's 6 equals 8 for Jeff. Yeah, he will hit 7. Levi gained 10 on that exchange, so now he only needs 1 single to take the point lead.
He's going to take the 1. The 3 numbers, you have to kind of picture them as invisible points to some extent, which enables you to have those extra shots to kind of push us along. But again, I also don't really blame a person that's down 2-1 to being a little extra defensive on those 20s. This time, he should get a cleaner look. Well, it's going to be about the same.
He keeps chipping away at that lead, though. It was 25, then it went to 10, now it's 5. Andy's marked a single on the 15.
Just going to continue to make Jeff work for it, sweat him out a little bit, and get all the practice on that 20 for the next leg here in 01. Jeff's up for the task.
Yeah. Jeff going to climb 15 points back. Puts himself up by exactly 20.
But he's still waiting on that favor from Levi to get the swing. He wants what Jeff is doing is continuing to try to point as many 15s and get 1 clean look at closing everything.
Now, I am surprised needing 2 singles that Levi didn't switch up to the first, but does manage to find the triple with the third.
If you guys want to follow along with the brackets for today's coverage, including every single bracket going on right now, the pro, the women's, and the non-pro brackets, just go over to your BullShooter app on your smart device there. Go over to that Tournament King section, switch it from my events to all events, and you'll be able to find the pro singles, women's bracket, and non-pro brackets there. Follow along and see where your friends are at, how they are doing, and just how the action's transpiring here.
Great last there by Levi, polishing off the 4th leg, tying us up at 2 apiece, sending us into a cork. Fellas are going to decide who gets the option. Looks like Jeff will have the first throw at the bull. So closest to the center hole will get to go first in the 5th leg. 1 hole outside the double bull, but still a pretty good dart. You don't like that it lands a little low. Your opponent can typically ride that into the double. But Levi
He kind of pushed that one a little bit.
Yeah. I think he was trying to ride it, honestly, and just kind of sailed it a little high.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of having my opponent show. I love trying to take advantage of the dart barrel in the board. And if it is a blocker, well, then I'm just going to throw it really hard and hope it works out for me.
I go back and forth. That's one thing I've never been consistent on. More often than not, I'll probably show you, but every now and again, I'll just show me one. And I don't know why. It's just whatever comes out of my mouth.
The dark gods possessing you.
Yeah,
for
whatever comes out. It's in that moment.
bare minimum on the in for Jeff. If you're looking for the baseline on double in, you're usually trying to find yourself right around 80 to 100 points. Get a good double, get one good triple. You're happy. But that's
In and a triple. That's
in and a triple.
in and a triple. Yep. You don't necessarily have to come in with the first start, but if you come in with the second, you want to follow it with a triple.
Levi does not punish and, in fact, hurts himself quite a lot by not getting in.
Jeff's going to punish Levi for that. What's 135?
Winner of this match does play Tyler Snodgrass, who we were talking about last week in Ohio, making the run over here, of House Gryffindor.
My wife would love that reference. She sent me one earlier today, and my response was, that's lost on me.
Oh, I fell asleep in every Harry Potter movie. I've just gotten to the theme park a lot. Yeah, Jeff's still well out in front. Listen, if you hit the 180, you close the distance, but you're still not going to get the first shot out of the finish more than likely. Doesn't mean you shouldn't try for it. But right now, Levi's feeling the frustration.
He can find another triple, climb his way back into this, yeah. 265, certainly doable in 6. That's what Levi has to be hoping at this point, that he gets 6 darts. He'll need Jeff to miss either this turn or next, though.
Oh, and Jeff not going to leave a finish unless he hits a good triple here.
Wow. And I would almost wager to say advantage Levi now.
Especially if he gets to that finishing range. He needs to hit at least a decent ton right here. Looking at like your 105s, your 140s.
Yeah, it has to leave a finish. That dart should not have been at the triple 20, but a good dart nonetheless.
Full or 15. Leave yourself a guaranteed dart.
Or 18.
Or 18. You're right.
Yep, I like that the most. It's tougher on this board because I will say the triples are so big. That's more so the steel tip route. But I think that's the right shot. The easiest way to set it up.
And Summits is just going to now hope for another opportunity back at the board. Does tee himself up nicely. Perfect setup on the 1-3-4. Levi does get this opportunity that, honestly, he wasn't expecting to have after missing the first 3 on the end.
When we said 265 and 6, that's all Levi could hope for. He gets a look. You see him. He thought it was good.
It didn't have a bad look to it, that's for sure.
Now, Jeff will come up. Needing double 20.
And out of frustration, I think, is why he continued to stay there in what was a very beautiful grouping for what was only 60 points. For the match, though, Jeff Summits continuing to try to climb to the top. And gets there. And he's flipping the board around in celebration and everything. He said, bring back the 13-inch. I'm ready. But we do have our first ladies. Top 4 matchup here. Trish versus Autumn. This is leg number 1. We did not miss all but maybe the very first bowl there from Trish. So just in time. As I'm looking forward to seeing this one play out. And, of course, again, we talked about Trish, one of the favorites. Autumn, not as familiar with. But I will say I was filming earlier, walking around, and Autumn looked like they were in some top form.
I know I seen Autumn play somewhere recently. And I can't remember where. She was one of those surprises. Was it Vegas? Did you go to Vegas?
This like 2 weekends ago?
Yeah.
I was on Vegas, but that I think you're thinking of
Nope. It was Autumn.
I don't Maybe.
I'm not thinking of the girl from Scotland or whatever.
Sure you're not thinking of Eve Watson?
Nope, I'm not.
It's okay if you are.
I know I've seen her play recently. Yeah, she crushed the Tennessee regional.
Oh, from last tour.
Yes,
Gotcha, okay.
something like that. I know she killed it the last time I saw her play.
Well, it makes sense if you're in the top 4 this deep into the bracket, right? Although right now, Trish looking pretty firm in her control of this first leg. Autumn needs to play it in 6. Hat trick for the 151. Show us the 6 darter starting now.
Niagara. Thank you, Randy.
That's what, okay.
Good morning from Germany. Welcome.
Guten Morgen.
Is that how you say good morning?
Yeah. I need to know like enough to get by. If you recall.
Guten Morgen?
Guten Morgen.
Guten Morgen.
Dietmar, tell us if we're wrong. I'm pretty sure. I'm like 60% sure I'm right.
See Trish there, polish off the 78. Guten Morgen.
It's like when I told you I had a pretty solid understanding of Spanish over in Chicago.
And then you said the most basic. I forget what it was, but you like butchered it.
You said, "What does this comment say?" And they said, and they started off with pregunta. I was like, "Oh, they're asking a question." Clearly.
Oh yeah, and it had the question mark before and after, like Spanish does. Like, oh, they're asking a question.
Oh, Western New York shootout. That has to be it. The Niagara Western New York shootout that was 2 weekends ago.
That okay, maybe
Because that was going at the same time as the Las Vegas Open.
Was Trish there?
Western New York?
Yeah.
Maybe. I was in Las Vegas when that was going on.
So it was the same weekend.
Same weekend.
And I was on my couch watching darts, and I stumbled across it. Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah, that was brought on by the To The Point stream people. That's Johnny that's here helping run our event. That's the tournament he helps run out there.
Gotcha. I knew I seen her recently, and she played pretty well.
I was like, I'm pretty sure I remember it was Lauren Ivers and Jason Barlow's better half.
Maria?
Maria. Those were the ones dominating at the New York regional this year.
Gotcha. No, Trish wasn't there. Okay.
Well, yeah, Trish would have been in Vegas during that weekend for the Las Vegas Open.
There's so many streams these days.
There is more streams than ever. Oh, hey. I said Lauren Ivers' names, and now she's here. Hello.
Hola.
Como estás?
See, I know some foreign language too. Boss man walked in. We're not sure what's going on. Oh. Making sure we have good air circulation in our closet.
Although, admittedly, I'm getting all the cool air before it gets to you anyways.
Yeah, I'm getting hot Nick air blown all over me.
I feel honored to be described in such a way.
Hey, that's heat, bro. I feel it. No, that's hot. Put your hand in front of it.
You can see Trish over here. He does get the point lead on the second arc. That is a heater that you have. Hold on, guys. Apologies about that one, folks. That was the worst time for them to try to adjust the temperature in here.
Yeah, and they went the wrong direction.
But back to the match, Grezik needed to get a single on that last dart on the 20, and that could be costly as Autumn's been pretty lethal upstairs so far.
Does she look down or stay with the number advantage? She does stay up top and finds the triple. Bit of a dagger here. Trish going to have to battle back on the 17s. Trish has cool shoes. Sorry.
She always has cool shoes.
Those squirrel.
Squirrel. I met Trish, and our first conversation was about her shoes. When back in like 2019, I was at a blind draw before a Las Vegas dart tournament. Didn't know who she was. She didn't know who I was. No one should have known who I was at that point, to be fair. And I was warming up on dartboard. She's like, "Hey, can I join over with you?" And I was like, "Yeah, sure." And I was like, "Man, you're pretty good." And she's like, "Yeah, I have my own set of darts." And I was like, "Well, me too." I didn't realize what she meant.
I brought these. These are not bar darts.
And then we started talking about her shoes. So that's how I met Trish Grezik back in 2019,
Nice.
2018.
Like, one of my favorite stories ever is me and like a group of other guys going to a cornhole regional and not bringing our own bags because this was before it was on ESPN and we had no clue that you were supposed to bring your own bags. And then there were bags sitting on a board and we just start playing with them because that's how it is normally. Yeah. And then a guy lets us play for about 20 minutes before he's like, "Hey guys, can I have my bags back?" And we're like, "What do you mean your bags?
Whoa,
These were here."
I don't see your name on these.
So then I had to buy bags.
Trish looking to get the point lead here. 2 more 17s will do the job. She's done a good job of getting control again in this leg.
Yeah, she opted to go for the 16s instead of the 17s. I think she's not really feeling comfortable in the 17 and only putting in 2 there as Autumn finds the double.
You like it. Admit it.
It was one whole way from being outside.
But it wasn't.
Yeah.
Well, it does find the 15s. And there you go. Beautiful 7. Trish now in firm control and a potential 2-0 win in this top 4 matchup here. Coming up next on our pro side, by the way, we got Chris Alexander, the man with the healed hand, taking on Jeremy Lee for a top 8 matchup there as the rest of the top 8's getting underway. Currently also in that top 8, Seth Stefano, waiting on the winner of Brian Bigham and Doug. As Trish is going to go ahead and get this one sealed up in the next turn, potentially. And then you also have Kid Nasty, that's a legal name, going up against Mike Porterfield. Jeff Summits taking on Tyler Snodgrass as well. So that makes up your top 8 on the pro side. We are actually getting pretty close to that king seat in that 128 bracket, which is a testament to our tournament staff here. So big shout out to them. But Grezik to get it done, as that was a great shot from Autumn. Put some pressure on this, but you still expect her to send it here. Does get it there. And you can see a little bit of frustrations. Autumn wanted to give a little bit more. Trish happy to get her first ticket in the bracket to booked to that queen seat matchup there. Good honor as Kalika Chris still waiting on the winner of Anna and Selena. But we'll be back in just a moment's time, folks, with more coverage here of our Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania BullShooter. My name's Nikki Hinshaw, joined by DJ Sayer. Don't go far, folks. We'll be right back. Back in the saddle, back in the action. Jeremy Lee, Chris Alexander take the stream board here. I'm sure joined by DJ Sayer to watch another pro singles top 8 matchup here. We also have the other ladies on deck as well for their top 4 matchup of Kalika Chris and Selena Welty. So we'll be on the lookout for that one. But I'm looking forward to seeing Chris Alexander, Jeremy Lee here.
Jeremy has a pretty nice stroke. Like, just watching those first 3, because we're getting pretty deep in the pros. So if you're still around here, you've had to have played something. Familiar with Chris? We like to call him the question mark. For anyone that doesn't know.
Well, and Chris, this is full recovery from he broke his hand, his throwing hand.
Yeah.
And so he's now in full recovery. I know he kind of got the cast off around mid-October. Somewhere in that range. But Jeremy Lee's run so far, 3-1 win over Jacob Graham, and a 3-1 win over Sid Vaughn.
Oh.
And then 3-0 win over Joe Jones to get to this point.
They actually have pretty similar strokes. Both pulls it down like right below the right cheek. Full extension.
Jeremy just trying to get himself composed here. Wants to just continue to take advantage of his throw. That's not a good way to do that. Only 43 on the turn here. Alexander the Great going to try to make some greatness happen. Oh, another slow turn there. Back-to-back shots in the 40s for Jeremy. You can see Chris not happy with the second there, but has taken the darts.
Yeah, but had an opportunity to really go and control that leg. Instead, Jeremy still within touching distance with his first dart. It's like Jeff Summits keeps his form rolling after the Levi victory, then beats Tyler Snodgrass to move into the top 4 of the winner's side. The winner of this one will take him on.
On that bottom side there, Doug Williams currently up 2-0 over Bubba O'Brien and Bigham. Winner of that will get to play Seth Stefano. And on the top side there, Kid Nasty taking on Mike Porterfield. That's your winner's side of the pro singles.
Is Kid Nasty Gary Kid? Do we know?
I would have to assume that's so.
Since we're in Pittsburgh, I would imagine.
Normally in singles we get to avoid nicknames. But yeah, Gary Kid. That is correct. Moved well over on that last start and was not able to make it convert into a treble. Just a single 19.
Yeah, trying to leave a finish. Jeremy has 6 from 175. Much more rhythmic from Jeremy there.
Yeah, I think he's feeling a little tight at the moment. You can see him taking that extra couple of moments to get up to the board, having a little bit extra aiming fluid maybe. In either case, he's trying to settle himself down before throwing. .44 is the look here for leg number 1. Analyzing the data. Oh, a little bit of Butterfingers there. But double 8 now for leg number 1. Chris is in range, though. He has to go, and it does for Jeremy Lee 1-0. You guys are curious, Chris Alexander is listening to Beyonce. He did tell me he was going to have Beyonce on loop this weekend.
Little single ladies jamming in the tunes.
I would have to guess. He also didn't tell me that. I'm just assuming. I like the gaslight. That's my new favorite game of the BullShooter tour. Is just start rumors about what people are listening to. And it all started because of Randy Magneto last year in Michigan saying, "You want a fun fact for a live stream?" I was like, "Yeah, what's up, Fern?" He's like, "I'm always listening to Elvis." And then I was like, okay, that is a fun fact. And then next time I saw him at a different tournament, I said, "So you're still only listening to Elvis?" He's like, "Where'd you hear that from?" So it turns out he was messing with me a little bit there.
Just blatantly lied to your face and you believed it.
It's in the mix. I mean, Randy Fern listening to some Elvis is not the most surprising.
Only Elvis is crazy.
That is also true.
Like, I could handle a couple of Elvis songs, but only Elvis? TouchTunes should ban earbuds immediately.
The music company banning headphones would be a crazy move.
Yeah. You have to play our jukebox. Here's some free credits.
Someone asked what I used to listen to. I never really played with headphones unless it was a remote tournament. But when I did play with headphones, my playlist mostly consisted of Weezer, Fall Out Boy, All Time Low, My Chemical Romance, Panic at the Disco, pretty much anything from pop punk genre circa 2005 to 2015.
Good shot there from Chris.
Getting fiery with it.
Yeah, control this leg. See what, the pace of Jeremy would drive me mad.
Those look like they're at least having some laughs, some gamesmanship in the background there, but he definitely does like to intentionally play a little bit slower. I don't think maybe he's not doing it intentionally to his opponent, but he's definitely intentionally doing it to himself at the very least.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any malice there, but he certainly takes his time to get to the board. He throws them fast once he gets there, but he takes his time to get there every time. And you can see Chris back there like pacing and
ready to go.
Yeah, like he's trying to keep himself juiced up.
Nikki Hinshaw talking about that she was listening to State Champs. I was trying to guess hers last weekend. State Champs, best song by them is Elevated. Changed my mind. Chris should be able to just go ahead and continue to clean up this leg here. And take it in this moment. Trip 17, trip 15 for the bull. Grabs the bull first. Grabs the 15s. Almost went, but in pole position to make this one apiece here. You want to take a quick peek. That is our ladies' top 4 matchup going on. You can see Kalika going in and nailing a hat trick as soon as we look over against her opponent in Selena.
Sorry about that. We see Chris polish off that second leg, ties up at 1 apiece.
See Jeremy getting in on double 14. I don't mind whichever double you choose to get in if you're pretty comfortable in hitting it. I'm a big fan of the 16 for missing high and left. I will say, honestly, for more often than not, I see plenty of people spend way too many darts shooting the double 20 in. That just probably shouldn't have been staying there for as long as they did, and you can see Chris was quick to switch. No collect, though.
Honestly, 14's my parachute.
It's a good parachute.
If I'm missing, because it's the best one that's more vertical, that's the one that I'll typically go to when I'm not feeling the doubles.
Yeah, I'm always a fan of the 16, 15s, doing something along the bottom of the boards. At the end of the day, just hit a double. Someone was arguing with us last week, and they were like, well, couldn't you just go for bull to get the max in at 170? I was like, you could.
Yeah.
But
You can do whatever you want. But if you're going to miss more often going that route, it's probably not smart.
It's true. You can see there, no damage done, by the way, as Chris immediately closes that distance down after not getting on the first three. Jeremy's had some trouble collecting on the scoring rounds here. That will help, though. Jeremy again taking that time before getting to the board.
No, this time I think he's doing a little bit of math. So here, 96 should be the route. Now you go up to the 20.
Now you go to the 17 or
20. Or 17. But yeah, once you have the single 19, then you're switching away, typically. 99 or 96 was the maths, but he finds two triples, so he leaves it out.
Big deep breath back there, taking some notes out of Dimitri Vandenberg. Get himself settled before walking to the Yaki.
He's got time. Chris not on a finish. We know he's going to take his time.
Should just be pretty straightforward. Walk up and hit the single 20. Don't drag it low.
It almost looks like he had the math wrong.
Yeah, the way he tapped at his head there, did he think he had 126 potentially instead of 136? That had to have been the math thing there because you saw he almost.
I think he
the
thought
ball.
he had 116. Like I think he shot for 419s for double 20, and then he saw 60. Because even if you had, well, I guess if you had 69, you're still going aggressive at the triple 20 or triple 19. He didn't look like he went aggressive at it. I don't know. It'd be interesting to know what he thought 76 was going to leave.
But no harm, no foul. Chris Alexander does go ahead and put some pressure on it, though. Beautiful 180.
And he lets Jeremy know about it.
I'm a big fan of the roars. Double top. Over to the 10s. Does go. So when you were out there playing all the time, how would you handle playing a slower paced player?
Not pay attention to it. Try to. Like, I'm usually walking longer distances back, or I'm drinking water more, something.
Just try to make sure when you do turn around to the board, it's open and ready for you to play at it.
Yep. Yeah, and I was typically the player that, like, if anything, I was on the slower side. Like, I don't think that I was ever a slow player.
Yeah.
But I certainly was a setup player, not a rhythmic thrower.
It definitely looks. It's more in the like setting himself mentally aspect too, because his throw is not very elongated. I mean, it's not a quick throw, but pretty steady pace to it. And vice versa. You see Chris; he's always ready at the line. He's kind of waiting for his opportunity, which has its pros and cons.
Yeah, I think it's to Jeremy's benefit. I'll be honest, because I think Chris would play better in a faster paced game.
Oh, certainly. Does recover from his 2 mark on the previous turn there. Finds 7. Chris already does have the prime 2 pieces of real estate, though. Oh,
Only one.
that's the opening right there. Grab 18, grab a 19 or a 20. Currently quite the point battle going on in game number 2. Kalika Chris up 1-0. Selena fighting back on the Bulls, but 3 number difference. Kalika is going to be favored. That was nearly the perfect turn. Only need that 18 to be a triple to get that point lead as well. You're going to be happy taking away those 20s and 19s there.
Chris going for the 16s instead of the 17s.
Definitely an interesting shot selection.
Yeah, you don't see people favor 16s more than 17s very often. Like, Gordon and I argue that after the 20, the 17 might be the most popular number.
Oh, I wouldn't really disagree. I know in Florida, just playing leagues and learning with Kenny Doyle, it was always his opt to go 17 before 18. And there's no good reason.
I played with Joe Hedrick last week. Our first cricket game, he looks at me, he's like, "No, I know this is kind of unorthodox, but I love the 17s." And I told him, I was like, "Joe, I have no problem being the complimentary player. You go do whatever you want, and I'll fill in the gaps, or at least attempt to."
And that's a good dichotomy right there to have.
But yeah, he definitely, I mean, we would have the 20 to score on, and he's going at 17s.
This time, after blocking himself on the 16, said, I guess I'll use those 17s that were up for grabs.
I forgot about those.
Oh, yeah. And now back to a 2-number advantage.
Ken Armstrong saying bring in a shot clock. So we do have a shot clock. If you look directly above the 20, 19, 18, 17, all that in the middle there, there is a timer counting down. I would argue 45 seconds might be too long.
Yeah, it's a bit generous on the shot clock, but it's also hard because there is moments where you have equipment failures and it's more necessary talking with the partner.
And to be fair, it's not like he's running it up against the clock ever.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, he is throwing with at least 15 seconds still on that clock. It's just every time he's taking his time to get to the board. But that's his right.
Kalika Chris does make her way to that queen seat matchup as we kind of shaped it up. Kalika Chris Grezik partners going to be opponents in that queen seat. We will get that match next after this one.
Jeremy has a shot here. Shut down all 3.
Now, if you hit the 17, start the 17s, you hit at least a single. Do you stay to hit another single and grab
Nope.
another number? Nope.
Nope. Once you can't do all 3, you got to go with the bull. He does have a fairly sizable lead, though. I was thinking it was closer than that. I mean, it still puts pressure on Chris to have to hit a decent shot to take the lead.
And there's the decent shot.
More than decent. A pile and a half on the 16s.
Continuing to give it some stuff there. This is pretty much set to go to a last leg decider here. Oh, and Jeremy finding the bulls. Just enough to say, hey, Chris, you better hit it. I'm keeping myself near striking distance. I would leave a game shot of Chris Bagels here. I don't mind this from Chris, though, with a game shot on mine to take that extra step back because he was going with his rhythm, immediately walking up and realized, hey, let me slow it down for a second, taking the moment.
It's poor shot selection there. Needed another 16 to push the bull out of 3-dart finish range. Only exactly 50 up. So Jeremy does have a look here.
They're having some fun together. They're high-fiving in the backgrounds. One time on the one time. Jeremy can hit this for the match. It would be a big one. It would be quite the one. There's no reason to really switch off. I think I would prefer getting the point lead there. Yeah, I mean, if you close up, you're leaving yourself 2 bulls to 3. But
yeah, I don't mind applying that pressure. I think that was decent shot selection there from Jeremy. We are going to get to play all 5. Looks like Jeremy may be the one showing here.
manifesting. Don't worry, boys. You're only on live broadcast here. Taking their time. Here we go. Getting into it. Onto the diddle. Jeremy Lee to show first. It's not a bad one. One hole outside the double. Not hanging on the bottom side there. They're hamming it up for us.
In poker, they call this Hollywooding. Ooh, it's a tie. And he puts another one right on top of it.
Well, at this point, you move to the right side of the Aki, you throw into those darts. You have a whole wall of them deflect into the bowl. Something along those lines, at least.
Yeah, you certainly have a wall to crash into. Oh, and he floats it a little high. I think the first one that he threw there
Was
might
right
have been
on that
good.
wall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Chris will have the start.
Here we go. One more leg of action. By the way, Brian Bigham was down 2-0 and comes back against Doug Williams, by the way. In that matchup, now facing off Seth Stefano in that top 8. And of course, this is the other top 8 match. Winner of this match plays Jeff Summits. On the bottom side, Mike Porterfield waiting for Stefano or Bigham. We almost saw it. Forgot we were done diddling. My bad, folks.
Chris opens with a Shanghai. Single, double, and a triple, all in the same number.
And not going to miss 3 clear at the end, and like he did in the previous 0-1 leg. Back to the 14s. Does get in.
Good recovery.
Chris, for those unfamiliar, probably most well known for winning the blind draw here with me last year in Pennsylvania.
Nope, not known for that.
No, was not at all. You're saying that our 16
He doesn't even have that on his CV.
I don't have it on mine either for the
Oh,
record.
oh.
I have other accomplishments. I signed up last weekend in Ohio and the blind draw was Gordon Dixon. And I didn't shoot a leg below a 4.4. But that was under Gordon's name, so doesn't count.
Billy saying Jeremy's an AM playing in the pro.
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly a solid player. Just we got to speed him up just a tad.
I gotta give him a little go-go juice. Get him some Red Bull. See if it gives him wings.
Ooh, and a Slack visit there from Chris.
So looking to get that made up ground here. Philly, if this is your fault, we have some words.
Billy saying he told him to play slow. Is that real, or are you just saying that?
Well, let's rephrase it. Does he normally play this slow? Stay true on that last. Does do so and then some. Leaves the 120, telling himself to calm down. I think Chris is feeling amped up right here. I didn't say this slow.
But you did say slow. Confirm that. He plays slow normally. Okay.
Well, then just don't play normally.
Well, I was just more so curious if this is truly gamesmanship, or if he's really amping himself up every shot. Because if this was premeditated, then it feels icky.
Yeah, I don't. But you can tell at least by how him and Chris are interacting, there is no ill will between either one there.
Oh no, Chris is taking it in stride. But if one is doing it with an intention,
Sure,
it's a little different. No, he just talks a lot. That's fair. I do think he talks a lot. As he's back there talking to Timothy.
and wearing a Laughing Assassin jersey. Oh, I love it. 116 has a chance to go with Chris sitting at 40. Chris wants to get that shot. He wants to just get one more round at this board. Jeremy wants to deny him.
And I'm fine here. Like, this is a huge shot. Like, take a little extra time.
Yeah.
Make sure you breathe.
It's
Get
a
a sip.
decider.
Get a sip of the Amen juice. Like this makes sense, but every shot feels a bit much. But if it works, oh, and he's not gonna get the look at the double.
He's himself up, but Chris Alexander, it's yours to lose now, sir. 3 clear. Double top.
See, Chris, too, as a fast-paced player, going to actually take his time, set up for this. Completely understandable.
Has to settle down. He gave himself a calm down on the previous shot. He's feeling amped up right now.
Yeah, but you also want to stay in rhythm once you start throwing.
Agreed. That could cost them.
It should cost him. Jeremy has been pretty solid when he gets these looks. Yeah, Chris kind of beating himself up. Knows that he should have won this leg and the match.
Jeremy still has to walk through the door, though. Does do so. And you can see them giving some love to each other there. But there you go. Chris Alexander squanders the opportunity. Jeremy Lee will take on Jeff Summons in that next round there. And we're going to get that ladies queen seat. We're just waiting on Miss Kalika to get over to the dartboard. Trisha's already in warm up. So we'll be back in just a moment's time for that queen seat matchup. Don't go far, folks. I'm Nick Scher, joined by DJ Sayer. It's time for the Queen seat here in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. This was the two that we were kind of predicting might be that matchup. Well, it is Trish Grezik taking on Kalika Chris, partners later in the weekend. Right now, enemies on the dartboard. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth.
Yeah, we got a good one here. Let us know in the chat which way you think this one's going to go.
We'll see. Kalika and Trish went on the run last year and got a win in doubles. Don't recall which one of these ladies won singles from last year, but so far looking at the field, they've been going pretty strong through it all.
Trish with 5 out of 6 to open this up.
Trish has lost 2 legs on the day. Kalika, 0.
Ooh. Looking like she might lose this one unless she gets some help from Trish. Trish not looking like she's wanting to give any help.
Yeah, another hat trick, 2 in the leg for Grezik. So Kalika trying to hit 150 for 152. Might be able to do so just in case. Oh, gets away on the last. Trip 14 for leg number 1. Well, not quite, but no harm, no foul. It is open in, open out. As long as you don't drop that single 15 at least.
Yeah, you got to throw high on the fat 10 with the first one. Typically, you'll land high or low. So you kind of aim towards the high side, towards the 6 on the fat 10. Worst case scenario, you catch a 6. You got a big fat 4 to finish it up. Or you take one real high at the double 5. Ooh, barely. But she does get it done.
Even points it out over there. They're kind of having a laugh, but Kalika's like, I'm at the hockey. I'm ready to throw. Let's get it going.
Yeah, is what it is.
As you can see, she is locked in. She was paying no mind. She had the headphones in. She was just thinking about her first 3 darts here. Goes wayward on the first and the second. Needs to find the middle. Doesn't get there with only 1 mark on the open.
Yeah, slack open there. Can Trish punish?
Awkward with her dart hanging over top. She just needs to probably just drill the single on this last, and that's kind of what happens. Still going for the trip. Catches to the left side.
Yeah, sometimes you got to settle for the singles. Knowing that the close there, because of the open from your opponent, is so important.
Settle for the singles is how I got my last couple of relationships. 5 marks there from Kalika Chris. That my first real eye roll out of you? For sure? That's pretty bad. I've had worse. That was the bare minimum on the assignment there for Trish, as she did get the point lead back, adds a dart to the throw.
Lika not going up. Only needed 2 singles. She does catch a triple 19, so it's hard to argue, but needing 2 single 20s there to close the 20.
Yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, that first there was such a tantalizing marker where you kind of almost
Then stay there all 3.
That is also fair. I wouldn't have been mad if she did. Kalika here should definitely close the 20 in this visit. It's an extra dart for it. Oh, no. That's going to cause some trouble.
Yeah, that could come back to cost her. Definitely don't want Trish teeing off on the 20 against you. Eventually, she will find the huge shot.
Of course, playing for that invitational shootout spot, the women do get a ticket at this. It's important to know that that's on the line, and getting that seat, it's just so important. Still wouldn't mind the close at the 20 on the last. It does get the point lead for the trip. With the X on it, it's just so inviting to try to get that close.
Now Kaliko with the lead coming to the board. The 20 has to go away now.
Not starting there, but does grab it on the second. I don't like the going up and down aspect of the shot selection there, but was the right two at the points, one at the close mentality. Just would have preferred to start that close. That's the main thing you need. Then you can save for 2 darts in a row at the 19, try to find some rhythm.
Bingo. Yep, and then typically I would say this is probably true for every dart player. Your third dart's probably your best dart. Unless you're one of these people that like lunge or something like that. Your third dart's typically going to be your best dart. So you want that throwing at the number that gives you a chance at a triple.
My second dart takes those remarks personally. Ooh, look at that recollect. She is still kind of going with that point, close point shot selection style, but that time pays off a little bit better. Finding 6 on the 19s.
Another single to shut it down. She does.
But a pretty solid performance so far in this cricket leg. If we were to put the equivocal target line for ladies, I'd say that 4-0 mark for the cricket. And they have a higher range than that. But on the day average, you would want to try to get close to that high 3, low 4 is usually the target line to have a pretty deep run in the bracket like this. And then, of course, 2 bowls around.
He's only going to come away with 1. Another opening now for Trish.
Oh, and unfortunately on the last, it looked like it might have been a little bit more than that. So down 1 point. Like opting to try to defend a little bit here first. Let's find trip 19 on the last. Here comes Trish.
We're going to need 3 19s to retake the point lead. Has to stay there now. Oh, and she flights into the 333. Trish now with the lead. Should look to shut down that 19. Yeah, doesn't want to battle against the higher ground.
Finds the double on the second. Then back to the 17th. Now that's one of those doubles I'm not as sure about, especially when your first one was not blocking the 19. But gets it done. Can't fault it if you hit it.
Only dumb if you miss.
It's true.
Kalika just not able to put a couple of darts together. Finding a triple a turn. But when you miss the other 2, it's essentially just hitting singles.
Yeah, definitely receding in her average as this leg has progressed here. Just looking for a couple of those to really get together and collect. And did not drop a leg before this matchup here. Just hasn't looked as strong as you would expect her to be for that to be the case. It's up to Trish to close that door, though. Solid round from Kalika, though. Finds 5 on the 15s. Forces Trish. Get that point lead. She does. Now it's going 1 and gets one more. 2. Gets the close. 45-point advantage. Give me a double bull and 2 17s for 500. I just stay on it. Does stay.
Trish gonna look to extend that point lead. Big third takes away the 3-dart finish. Kalika managing to find a double bull with her last, scoring 75 total. Oh, a huge first start there from Trish. Needs one more bull. There it is. So Trish takes a 2-0 victory, sending her partner into the losers bracket. And we have game 5 of Seth Stefano and Brian Bigham. It's not on our feature board, but we'll show that to you now. Looks like we got a court coming in.
Yeah, you can't pass this up. The winner of this gets a reward of playing Mike Porterfield, which will be our next streamed matchup. So we might as well stay for one Lego one. This is going to be a little too juicy to say no to. And then after that, we will get that top 4 and that pro seat matchups next. But stepping up to the line here is going to be Bubba Brian Bigham. Going up against Shiesty Boy. Jose Stefano, that's his name. And that's exactly how Gordon was saying it, by the way, last weekend. I wasn't even doing that impression for once.
Ryan manages to get in first start, but can't follow with a triple. Still a little bit of an opening here for Seth if he can come in strong. Great first.
Unlucky on the second.
Yeah, not able to find a triple either, so nothing to hurt there for Brian.
Let's see what Bubba's got here. He's already survived a 2-0 down against Doug Williams. Now in our last leg decider. Porterfield, I believe, has only dropped, one leg on the whole day. One to Kid Nasty. You will never try and take advantage of those darts. Does do so. Keeps it chalk.
I know Seth's been playing pretty well. Did he finish third in the pro last weekend?
I don't think he got quite that far. I think it was 4th.
Fourth? Yeah, I think Brian actually finished third, didn't he?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is kind of a rematch of that match.
Sorry guys, Sweet Caroline's playing in the background. I started bum bum bum. Whoopsie.
Can't leave a finish now. Only gonna hit a ton. Advantage to Brian. 230 plays 215.
I just try to set it up. At least 100 for the little fish. 2 trebles and you're feeling really happy. There's the first. There's the second.
They're both on the bottom too. Perfect. Lots of room. 180 at the best time.
Yeah, that's a gorgeous start right there.
So that's going to have to pressure. Can he follow? He does, essentially, a 177.
That's a good shot there, but Ryan gets the first chance to walk through the door.
Ryan has to take a setup dart. Does go for the 18. Still manages to hit a single. Double 16 now for the win. And he drills it. Clinical there from Brian. So he does move into the top 4 of the winner's side to take on Mike Porterfield. And we will have that one coming up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back from Pittsburgh.
Right after this. Time for the top 4 matchup here in our pro singles bracket. This should be a great one, as this is Mike Porterfield stepping up to the line here, going up against Brian Bigham in what should be an intense matchup to see who gets that first ticket into the seat match.
So our first look at Mike so far today. We as well as the audience seem to peg him as the on-paper favorite to retain his title here.
And Brian's going to try to stop him in that run, right? And then if he does get through this match, the winner of this match plays Jeff Summits in that seat match, as it looks like Jeremy Lee did get knocked down. Porterfield wanted to make it known that both him and Brian are using the Mike Porterfield flights. So you know who Brian's cheering for in this one.
Early lead now from Mike. Going first.
Brian can at least close the distance on this turn. Try to make it interesting. They're showing some frustrations. He has not played well in the matches where he's jumped out in front. In fact, I think he's a man from playing in very rough last leg deciding positions, it seems. No one wants to have that lifestyle, but if that's the way your matches are going and you're winning them, good on you. I don't know if someone in chat remembered to keep score, but these are 2 more backwards hats individuals. Trust you guys. Keep those superlative stats going.
Oh, 4. Whew. 1, 2, 2.
A very solid performance there from Porterfield. Nice 15 dart hold a throw. But Brian here just going to forget about that last leg and get himself settled into this one.
Pretty decent open there as he finds 720s.
Porterfield going to try to respond on the 19s. Porterfield did say he wasn't playing well lately when I talked to him before the tournament got started. And looked at him, I said, "You're not well. It's still better than most people's average."
I think you're not wrong, but I think it also comes across on Mike's face. The confidence just isn't where we see him sometimes.
Conversely, Brian's face always just looks that mean on the dartboard.
You can't have a nickname like Bubba and not look mean.
Really is a nice guy, though.
Oh, super nice.
This is your shot. Doesn't take it. Stays down for the 3 in the bed. The great shot. Would have probably preferred that last start to take a look at that 20, though. Only matters if Brian punches. That last trip does mean that Brian has to hit at least a trip in a single before being able to go to those 19s.
Great answer.
Mike Porterfield coming off a great weekend at the Western New York Shootout over in Batavia. Maybe he was just lying to me.
Well, Ryan's saying that he's full of it. I think there's levels to it. I think I don't want to disrespect anybody that was there in competition, but I think when the gap between you and the rest of the field is so vast, when talking about Mike, I think that he can be off of his game and still win a lot of events.
Again, his B game is better than most A's.
Yep.
I absolutely understand where you're coming from there. Mike needs to find a 9 mark of his own here to get a shot at those 20s. He, again, opts the point for more conservative, point-heavy strategies anyway, so I wouldn't have expected to look on the last. But Ryan just hitting those 20s too good to leave him there if you do get yourself an opportunity.
Great answer.
That was an aggressive look on the last two.
I think for Brian, he's going to play this a little more aggressive than normal. Because I think he's aware that Mike's average is higher than his. And the longer the game goes, the more likely Mike is to win. Mike, conversely, should know that his average is higher, and the longer the game goes, the more likely he is to win, so he should run the score up.
He keeps that's another third dart close.
That's
that has paid
perfect.
off. No,
That's
beautiful.
textbook way of playing this.
It's beautiful.
Granted, throwing sevens every time, you're going to be pretty successful. That said, I think he's placing the darts where they need to be.
And vice versa, Porterfield here throwing a 7.17 against the darts. I will say the only shot that has seemingly classified is when he went trip 19, had the point lead, didn't shoot the 20 on the last. That one shot there has been the difference maker because he's never had a chance since. Other than opportunities where he should have hit 9s and he unfortunately only hit 5s or 7s. That opening though.
That's a little bit of an opening, honestly, with the way these two are playing right now. Only a 5 mark is a win for Mike, especially against the 20. And he has to throw 6 16s just to lose 4 points.
See, those are the darts where, again, it was a good stay because he hit it. But, man, I just wish it would be a look up there at some point.
Yeah, I said that he should play a more point-centric game, but at a certain point, you can't overcome that big of a deficit on the triple. I mean, gaining 12 points and you threw 2 more marks than your opponent, that's not that great. It only takes one big shot from Brian to negate all of that.
Oh, that's a massive opening in this matchup there. Unfortunate deflection on the second led to a kind of lackluster third dart on the 16th.
Yeah, Mike should take advantage here. Now to look up. Great shot. Back to back.
Incredible from Porterfield. 8 rounds in, 7.38.
All right, Mike might be full of it.
Yeah, he might be full of it. Ryan, you were right. That wasn't one of my made-up facts here. That is what Mike Porterfield told me today. Maybe he still thought he was Nick DeShare because we do swap names sometimes.
Take the 16. Oh,
He stayed.
he filled it up.
Porterfield's in those 16s really good, though.
Well, and I just like putting that pressure on your opponent to have to throw a triple and 3 bulls, or you throw 4 bulls and you win.
Well, does hit it on the last with a beautiful double.
Bit aggressive, really.
Compared to where he was playing earlier, I would absolutely agree with that. 20-point difference here.
Yeah, still a 3 dart out.
Double bull, trip 16 for Bubba to make this one apiece.
Not going to finish it. And honestly, hard to get into that double at this point.
Switch to the trip 16. Just leave it as a 3-3. You need a favor anyways from Porterfield.
Yep. Trip that 16, make him throw a hat trick. More than likely he does it, but you never know.
He agreed on the shot selection at the end there. Doesn't go. Porterfield should be able to drill this. Errant first dart is the only thing that adds question marks to this. Beautiful from Porterfield for a 2-0 advantage. And a 5.9 going first doesn't lose very often. And a 5.9 that was mostly a 6. So if I'm Brian, I'm thinking, I'm just going to try to do that again. I'm going first in 01. I average around a 6 in 01. That's pretty good. Converted, for the record. 2 trebles around. Well, 12 on the start there. Not a bad end. Winner of this match, again, does play Jeff Summits in that seat match. Mike Porterfield's dropped 1 leg on the day. $43 there from Bubba. This is the opportunity. Reagan asking, has there been a 9-darter on stream yet? No, but we are waiting. We want one. We've gotten 8 out of 9 darts into one. On the tour. Not yet here. Brian trying to be the first one out of finish here. Looking for around a ton.
Gotta find a triple now.
He knows it too. Porterfield chomping at the bit, looking at the floor, just waiting for that board to change over. This is for a big snipe here. You can get to the first finish after being 2-0 up. You're going to be feeling pretty good. Only 8 people left in this pro bracket. We're into our top 8 here. London's darts know how he felt about that one. Wondering where they were. Porterfield doesn't really pressure.
Great first start. We'll look at tops to pull one back. He will still have to break the throw in the fourth. Yeah. Great two-dart finish there from Brian. If it's anything like the first cricket, it's impossible to break Mike.
I think they're also both saying, how do we throw that good in cricket and gave both sub 30 averages in a 1?
Yeah, it's a tale of two tapes right there.
Porterfield off to the races early. Does start off with a 9, and Brian giving him some love on that one. I always love when the opponents are interacting with each other a lot and giving nods, giving approvals or disapprovals of shots. Show me the full dichotomy.
Brian knows he needs to respond. Minimum 7. Does manage 7.
But see, if you're Porterfield with your conservative point style of throw, you have the 20s, you're up 2-1. You get to just do whatever you want as he hits back-to-back 9s.
Also, don't miss.
Also, just don't miss. They have to be thinking, really, we only hit... I think right now Porterfield's hit more triples in this game than he did in the entirety of the last one. Complete turnaround already for these guys.
Good third, but not enough. It's never going to be enough, truthfully. With Mike having the throw and not missing a dart. Nine.
Oh, we're on for 1 right now. Might not be a 9-darter, but you get a lot of points for hitting 9 at triples in a row. You can see Brian saying, I'm not even mad.
No, when somebody does this against you, it's one of those things where you just have to congratulate them.
I'm just going right at the Bulls here.
Yeah, literally nothing that Brian could have done to change the outcome of this leg.
He gives little points to the camera saying, sayonara. Double bull, single bull for a perfect cricket leg for Mike Porterfield. Oh, it's only semi-perfect now, Mike. 7.5. 9 mark, 9 mark, 9 mark hat trick. No notes. Good darts.
Yeah, well played there by Mike. He started slightly slow, but definitely pulled it out in the end. Fortunately for Bubba, he is not done. He will be in a 5th, 6th place match on the loser's side. We have our king seat ready to roll as well. So Mike Porterfield will take on Jeff Summit. That should be pretty quick to the board. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, here we go. It's time for the seat match here in our pro singles bracket in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Mike Porterfield, the man on the mission, going against the man that seems to be hiking up the summit. That's Jeff Summits. As I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by DJ Sayer in the booth here.
Looks like Mike took it by 1 hole. So he will have the start. He looks 3 in, whereas Jeff looks 2 in.
Just confirm with the opponent. Don't pull until you confirm, folks. Here we go. This should be a good one. We saw Jeff put up a pretty solid performance, but we've definitely seen the highest gear out of Mike Porterfield so far.
Yeah, nobody's going to top that last leg. I can almost guarantee that.
Question is, can he stay in that performance, and can he clean up his 0-1?
No, he can't stay in that realm either. Like, he'll throw well, but he's not going to be perfect.
It's true. His 0-1's left a lot to be desired, and his cricket's done the exact opposite, though, so far. And Jeff, overall, from what I recall, was an all-around solid performance. No real major notes one way or the other.
Yeah, lack of flash, but definitely was consistent enough to get the wins all the way through to this king seat match.
Porterfield does go ahead and load up a 180 there to get off to the races. He says, I'll fix my 0-1 game. How about some of this?
Slack turn there from Jeff. So Mike way in control of this leg now.
A solid 1-40 there. 102 on the leave. Looking prime for that 1-0 jump on this. Your remaining players into this bracket. Brian McConnell B-Mac taking on Brian Bigham Bubba on the 5th-6 top side. 5th-6 bottom side, Jeremy Lee, who we saw play against Chris Alexander, taking on Seth Stefano.
Who we kind of saw eliminate Levi Bilger.
True.
Looked like the last leg was a 12-dart leg, so Seth finding some form there.
Yeah, and he lost in a tough last leg decider when we saw him earlier.
Yeah, to Brian Bigham.
Porterfield on 18 for his return. Went inside on the 36 for the win. It's very safely planted that last start just in case. There's no aggression at that triple.
Mike cleaning it up for a 13-dart leg.
That'll do. It's a solid start there from Summits. 9-6. Disappointed with that last start, but no harm, no foul.
And only 2 from Mike.
Wide open.
First real miss we've seen from him in cricket. Across a stretch of, well, this now the 3rd leg.
Yeah.
Jeff taking advantage.
And he is putting no doubts. He's going all the way up to that 200-point limit almost.
Yeah, but you got to feel that a couple of triples moving this game towards the finish line would have been better served.
Oh, certainly agree there. In either case, that almost felt like, and it's not like he intended it as a statement piece, but it felt like one. It was saying, I'm just going to go ahead and say, this is how you hit the 19s. A 102 difference. Should be able to just walk along the board. Man's not missing much.
Yeah. Jeff doing to Mike what Mike does to everyone else.
7 for 9 on the triples. Missed 2 different darts on the third dart, that is. A third dart only 1 for 3 triples. Or if you're just going to try to get all you can on those 15s and hope from an error from Jeff. There's all you can get on the 15s.
It's enough for a 4-point lead.
He still needs a total whiff here of a turn from Summits to get a swing at all those numbers. Well, that's a little bit of an opening.
Yeah, another 9 on the 15s. Might buy him some daylight. Maybe take the 19. No, he stays there. Back to back, and just like that, he's now up by 120. Jeff's been scoring on these 19s. With the math the way it is, you wonder if he shouldn't switch, and he does.
I'll pop the 15 on the last.
No, he stayed there to get the point lead.
I don't mind it.
I mean, his 7 mark was only 1 point less than Mike's 9, so a decent exchange there.
That's 9 trip 15s in a row, though. That's incredible firepower from Mike Porterfield. But he's all paying that damage because of that 2 mark at the very beginning here.
Now Jeff has had it with the 15s, but it's probably too late at this point.
Oh, no. And
Throwing it to triple. Oh, yeah. What am I thinking? Well, going 19s instead of 20s.
yeah.
Like, I still don't like it.
Well, and I really don't like it because look at this. Porterfield is just going to close it up. Wow. Completely. Look at that. 6.71 after your opponent started 7 for 9 on triples and you opened up with a 2 mark. Comes all the way back with a 6.71 after 7 rounds thrown. Mike Porterfield.
You see what it's done to Jeff.
I mean, that's demoralizing, but I do think Jeff's shot selection there towards the tail end got a little spotty.
Well, it's possible.
Needs 6.
3 in the black.
Not going to happen today. The Porterfield will take that 2-0 jump in what was a very likely 1-1 scenario. All because Porterfield went back to back to back trips on that 15. Clawed his way back into it. Now, Summons isn't out of it yet, but this is one of those legs where you lose and it's hard to not think about in a game where you have to have a short memory.
Jeff asking Mike to miss some darts this time around.
Let's get on the first. No reason to shake the head. And ends an in. Does recover well. Decent in at 77. Lemons with another pedestrian turn there, but with Mike Porterfield only getting 1 dart scoring at 32 points. Going to be just fine, although the ground's going to be closed up here. Your throw isn't quite under attack yet, but Jeff needs to hit consistent from here on out.
Yeah, Mike's pushed in front just barely. But Jeff gonna need to put in a big shot and hope that Mike can't better it.
Good on the cover. Stay for another. Let's do so.
134 solid. Mike could potentially leave a finish with 3 triples.
Oh, and that was a little bit of a wayward dart. You can tell it kind of got away from him. He felt it when he threw it. Ryan Big and Bubba is knocked out by Brian McConnell, BMAC, who went pro in New York, if I'm not mistaken. But Jeff on 72. Porterfield's going to challenge it. The 108.
Kind of feels like a must-have here. Would not bank on Mike missing a 108.
And a 15 dart hole to throw. It's 1 dart.
I think is Jeff the one that went 16 for double 18 earlier? No. 20 for double 16, and he hits it. Great third dart.
Jeff does hit another one there, and honestly, I'm just curious to see them play another league of cricket against each other after how interesting that last one was, so I ain't mad about it.
Yeah, but Mike gets the start here. And with how deadly he's been going second, I can only imagine going first. This is going to be an uphill battle for Summits.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Took me a second. I actually was like, wait a second. I didn't say that. I like that. All over the 19s, but that's an awkward dart. Moves to the right, which is, I don't think the direction I would go. Just kicks on top of the dart, though. No harm, no foul. 3 marks on the close, and Porterfield with the ability to go on a sprint.
Here comes Mike.
I will say, when Porterfield's in his top gear, it's probably some of the more entertaining darts to watch. I've always been ever since my first year on the tour, where I got to really see his games last year, up close and personal. I'm always a fan of just the style of throw and the nice amount of emotion, but never over the top. Always dressed well for the cam.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to dislike. I haven't really talked to the guy much at all. But, I mean, to watch him play is just impressive.
So far, in 4 games of cricket, his worst leg would be right around a 6, I believe. Oh, look at this. Porterfield just looking right at the camera, giving them some stuff back at home. He said, that one's for you, Mark Bond. Pay me my sponsorship money.
I think he's feeling it.
Yeah. I don't think he's been struggling. I think he really... Ryan, lately in chat, you were right. He is full of it. He is not struggling. gets it done there. Mike Porterfield. Just some good cricket darts from that gentleman right there. And Jeff giving him some respect, saying, yeah, I don't know how much else I would have done different. As we should be able to get a look here at board 47, which is going to be that other 5th-6 match. Winner of this will play Brian McConnell. See if we can get a little overhead action here. You can see that's Seth Stefano with the line. This is leg number 1 in this matchup here. Seth Stefano versus Jeremy Lee. Coming up next on our stream board, by the way, will be that women's 3rd place match. As the 4th place match is currently 1-0 in favor of Jennifer W. over Autumn. Winner of that will play Kalika Chris, who we saw play Trish in that seat match. So yeah, coming up next, 3rd place and finals of the women's, and then probably 3rd place and finals of the pro, and then finals of that amateur bracket that's currently in 5th, 6th on both of those as well. So we'll be back in just a moment's time with more action. We'll give you the overhead of this one in the meantime. Don't go far, folks. I'm Nick Shira, joined by DJ Sayer.